Dracula and the Van Skeeter are made for removing things like blood and swords from your body. That's basically fine. If someone wants to get at your blood and there's, say, some kind of Murdosaurus, or there's a really big frog, that's where the problems start to arise. A really frog is not made for removing blood, and your blood knows this, which is why it is so vehement about wanting to stay in your body instead of coming out. Unfortunately, this will not deter a really big frog, because a really big frog is full of things like prizes and value and quite a lot of hatred. And it would really rather like to replace any and all of these kinds of things with your blood, and basically by any means possible.
Hey, jeez, you're having an episode.
Hello.
I don't know what just
Hello,
happened.
Twitch.
I don't either, but I heard that I can trade my blood for prizes. That's my
Yeah.
takeaway.
I'm
how the
pretty sure
fake
that
it.
was the frog meme, right?
No,
No, it's not.
that's,
The froggy
So-
is a different meme.
yeah, that's a different meme.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, oh my god, have you not seen it?
I avoided it.
Drake, you
I-
have to see the froggy meme. We'll do it later.
Do it
I'll
after
pause
this.
it. It's here.
We'll do it after the
Yeah.
stream.
Yeah, you can't do it right now. But it is important. It's part of our heritage.
Okay, I'll take a look
Ooh,
after.
the froggy bip.
Welcome. I'm completely off track now. Welcome to Wake of the Fallen Moon. This shitty furry D&D show that we do
Hi.
every week or so.
Yeah.
Thanks, Philo.
Last we had left off, you guys had taken some time to kind of like just recover from a fairly harrowing fight. Dr. Beppis helped patch you guys up, and then you guys went and hung out at the casino for a little bit, played some games, did some snooping around, much to my chagrin. And then, at the end of the session, we ended as there was a large kind of like whistling sound, and then a sudden impact on one side of the casino. The wall was blown in, and we're jumping right into combat.
Hell yeah. Oh my god, Neo, you haven't seen it? It's so good.
I haven't, no.
Dyer's collars.
So I'm going to point out a couple of things because you guys were all keeping an eye out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys are not surprised by several people out in the lobby who I think Jupes specifically had been kind of tailing as they take out masks from under their cloaks and
Oh,
Wait, have they been unmasked this whole time and now they're putting on masks?
Yeah.
I think these guys don't understand how masks work, but that's okay.
well, what you don't know is they wear masks already, but it's a rubber face thing,
Uh-huh.
and then they remove the rubber face and there's masks underneath.
That's
the
right.
rubber
They
faces.
could actually have like disguises on. Like they could be makeup or some shit.
See, I figured they'd have a mask and then a mask over the mask.
Maybe
Could
they
also
just
just
don't
be
know how
a-
masks work.
could also
Really?
just be like a religious thing.
Yeah, it could be.
Ridiculous.
Weird.
Who has weird, ridiculous iconography that helps them do their magic?
I'm sorry, I was a bad DM and I didn't pre-roll my initiatives. So I'm going to do that
let's
while
do
you
it.
guys get
Let's roll
yours
initiative.
going.
Where am I? Oh, there I am.
Oh, I really wish that they didn't rearrange how things were on this top menu bar because I still fuck it up.
Top menu bar.
And Roll20, can you move them? Like the
Ah,
chat
menu?
and everything else?
No, and they also
No?
didn't rearrange them.
They didn't
I thought
rearrange
I
it
don't
either.
I don't remember this.
What are you talking?
The documents is one to the right of where I thought it was. I don't remember this photos thing.
Oh,
or
it's always
images.
been there.
Oh,
Has
yeah,
it always
it's
been there?
It's
Yeah.
always been
Okay.
there, yeah.
You're just
You're just
crazy.
inattentive.
You have brainworms.
Yeah, I probably do.
It's okay.
It
It's
might
been a long.
not
break.
show up there if you don't have anything in your art library.
That could be true, yeah.
Oh, let's see.
So
Free
if you-
ass.
Yeah, if you've uploaded an asset recently, like an icon or something, then
I
Yeah.
uploaded an icon.
That
Yeah,
Oh,
that-
that's probably
that might be why.
it. Okay, that explains that. Oh, Jupiter.
You guys, I am so excited to get a long rest.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I love this shit. I love running on fumes. This is where the game actually gets hard, and you know I love it when the game is hard. But also, I'm so excited for a long rest.
This is the most terrifying part of D&D is when I can't do anything.
Yeah, exactly. I have 2 spells per fight and no hit dice. Let's make it work. This is also when marshals shine, and even when I'm not playing a marshal, I root for the marshals.
It's okay, you guys. You have a bunch of allies helping you out.
The civilians.
You have an old lady, and then you have Nigotani,
That's
presumably, and her guards, and there's a bunch of other guards.
That's true. She still has us to stay at her estate, too. I want a long rest at her palace.
After we save her here, she better throw in like a steak dinner or something.
But I'm so full of orgasm already.
Me too. True.
They are pretty good.
Some real good orgasms.
Wow.
My favorite part is the cherry on top.
I forget what's actually in those. I know we
I
talked about
love
it last
popping
time.
that cherry.
Oh god, I can't remember the exact mix.
Let me just Google orgasm real quick.
Yeah.
I dropped all my cookies.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It sounds fucking incredible. It's just all the things I love. It's amaretto, Kahlua, and Bailey's.
Yep. And sometimes
Coffee
actual
liqueur,
cream, sometimes vodka. Sometimes
Can you put
chocolate.
vanilla ice
Yeah.
cream and a cherry on top?
You could.
Good, yeah.
They serve it with cherries a lot, so.
Fuck, that sounds good.
I want one right now. You probably have all of the ingredients at
Oh, we
on the
definitely do.
bar, or...
Definitely do.
I'm so sorry for everything I've done.
It's okay. We'll never forgive you.
I hope not.
Nope, we'll remember this forever and hold it against you always.
I will hold you against you.
Imagine if you could just select all the tokens and roll their initiative all at once.
That would require me to make sheets on here for them,
That's true. That's true.
which I refuse to do.
That's fair.
I probably shouldn't refuse to do that, but I do.
It sure is the main appeal of using a VTT. But, you know.
Is it? Not for me.
Not for you? What do you use a VTT?
Well, first of all, because it's mandatory for maps, but
True. Yeah, it's true.
that's basically it. I just like it for the maps and the being able to see everybody's rolls and stuff and look back.
That's fair. I love being able to just put everything on a sheet and then never touch it again.
I think it's partly because I always worry that like the server is going to go down or something, and I'm going to lose all my sheets and stuff.
That's fair.
Just excessively paranoid of me, but
No, I think it's a reasonable fear. That shit happens all the time. I just think that the day-to-day hell of running everything out of the book by hand is even worse than that fear.
It sounds horrible. I don't think I could do it.
that's fair. But I also make my notes all super pretty, so I like looking at them.
That's okay, sure.
Yeah, maybe if you doodle on the margins more, you'd like to look at your notes like Drake does.
I'll have you
I
know
just
that
make
my wiki for the next campaign is very pretty so far.
I saw. There's pictures.
I've been stealing all sorts of art from the internet.
My man.
I realized that as long as I never show it on the VTT, it's fine.
If AI can do it, then RI can do it.
gosh.
God, there's so many fucking creatures on this map. Okay. Oh god damn it! I didn't even add this fuck boy.
Giuseppe.
You have an initiative for just the general crowd.
Hell no. They're going on initiative 20,
Okay, they're like layer action.
Yeah, there
and they're not moving.
You're not moving.
They're sitting ducks. I'm gonna put them down here just for the sake of initiative. He is not down here. Giuseppe Maladonia.
That fucker.
What a name.
I'm sure he has his reasons for being here.
Yeah, no one here has any idea who that is except Sheesh. I don't think we've had a description about him except he looks Italian. And I don't know what that is.
What's in Italy?
Yeah, what's an Italy? Where is Italian?
If you're
He hails from Italia.
if you take the time to build an entire fantasy world and you don't have an Italy analog, are you really a writer? Like, are you really a DM?
Nope. And sure am not. Made an error.
Would you say Italy is in Camelot or Merveille? I feel like they're close enough to Merveille.
Probably close to Merveille.
Like, on the one hand, that started as a joke, but also Italy, like, Rome is a huge inspiration for a lot of fantasy stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
100%.
if you don't have fantasy Rome, what are you doing?
Fantasy is Italy and Fantasy Rome aren't the same, right?
Sure they are. Why not?
I don't know. There's no gondolas in Rome.
Well, that's a modern thing.
Well, right. The issue is that when you say Rome, a lot of people assume like the Roman Empire.
Yeah. When you say Italy, you think like, oh, the pizza place.
You know, the place with the Colosseum and the Roman Empire.
I know, but there's there's a very big difference between like modern Italy, the Roman Empire, and then like Florence.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Like,
true.
You say
It's
Italy,
gone
and I
through
think
it's gone through a lot of cultural shifts. But anyways, regardless, I think I have everything on initiative,
Hell
God
yeah.
willing.
Let's do it.
we did it.
And Kohaku, I need rollies from you.
Hell yeah.
And I need rollies from Sheesh and Nara.
Hey, roll this.
Kohaku?
Yeah, he rolled an 8. Also an 8.
Okay, so Kohaku goes first, then Sheesh goes second, and Nara goes second. Wunderbar. Okay, Kohaku.
I love your French.
German.
Wow. How am I going first when I rolled an 8?
You're Heron gone, aren't you?
They rolled a 3 in your rollies.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go after this guy because I gotta protect Nibutani because that's the thing that would infuriate her the most.
Also directly in front of you.
True. I don't even have to move. We're gonna start with one of these. We're gonna use our little magical tattoo boy to empower my physical strikes.
Ooh.
That's my bonus.
Completely annihilated.
And then my standard, we're gonna do a Wakizashi attack.
25 absolutely hits.
I'm gonna
Just
follow
kidding,
that
it's
up
a-
with a little. Down.
Also absolutely hits.
I mean, an
Uh,
extra 1d4?
It's already in there.
Oh, is it?
yeah, it's
Oh,
in
yeah.
there.
It's the one.
I don't know an emoji to represent force damage. Okay, that's my lot.
Perfect.
It's punch elemental.
That brings us to these boys.
Weren't you arguing that it was sonic damage, not force damage?
No, that's Thunder. Thunder should be Sonic.
There should be
Thunder is
sonic.
sonic.
Right.
Correct.
We're saying that force should be bludgeoning or something. But force can be so many things.
Grenades are piercing.
Grenades are a mix of bludgeoning and piercing, yeah.
And Sonic.
Sure, but Sonic should just be bludgeoning. Sonic shouldn't exist.
Then what are loud sounds, Fag?
Bludgeoning the
Bludgeoning.
hedgehog.
Yeah, if Sonic damage doesn't
Oh,
exist,
shit.
then everyone is deaf, and then we can't cast spells. Are you approaching me?
They're approaching you. These guys outside do have to like climb up the rubble, which kind of takes their turn. But two of these guys do approach. One is going to take a swing on Nibutani. For 6 damage, and then one is going to take a swing on Kohaku.
Good luck.
18 hit.
My armor class is exactly more than that because I made an attack last round.
Nice. Then this boy is going to get up and move over to Jupiter. He's going to take a swing on you.
Hey, don't. Hell no.
Yes. That is them, which brings us to Stein.
So this entire place just blew the fuck up, and people are crawling in through the thing.
Yeah. There's basically a big hole in the wall here that presumably this big kind of monstrous hulking creature punched through.
Okay, he's gonna move over here, and kind of under his bandana is gonna fish out something. He's gonna clench in his fist. Yeah, I think he can just reach that. He's gonna hold it in front of him and scream, "Lux Lucis!" and activate the third command of the Gem of Brightness in a 30-foot cone, targeting these. These 4 things. It's a DC 15
DC 15, what?
Con-
Save?
con save.
Okay.
Yeah, con save, yeah.
That's not the best.
That one's fine. Okay. Oh, well, this is a bunch of fails.
So the big guy succeeds, but all the humanoids fail.
Yeah, so this is the effect that they're affected by. The third one just makes it a 30-foot cone. So they're blind for 1 minute, but they can repeat their saving throws at the end of each of its turns.
Ooh. All right.
Let's see now. I have a bonus action,
It's a
but
massive,
this used.
massive cone of light just flashbangs this group of people, and they all start reeling. Even with the masks, it just like completely pierces through, and you can see them clutching at their faces.
Good shit.
Yeah. Then I'm gonna. Let's see. How much movement did I take to get from here? Was I over here? I think I was
You
over
were
here.
right behind. You were one closer, actually. You were right.
Oh, I was here. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's 20 feet. So from here, 5. Yeah, this is difficult terrain, I imagine. think-
Yeah.
I think I can just make it over here. That he's gonna try and sort of be over here.
All right. I'm going
And-
to need you to make a tumble check to push through.
Oh yeah, for these people.
Yeah, just because there's people, and they're like, these guys aren't actively like trying to stop you, but they are getting in the way. They aren't like allied. Easy. Slip on
I
by.
think I get an attack of opportunity from this guy.
You do, and he is going to take. Missing.
Just kind of ducks on. And it's like, get out of here! Why are you here? There's so many innocent
Go
people.
home, you sillies.
Go home! This is a bad venue for this. It's not sure what to yell. It's the
Alright.
other mister.
People begin to panic and kind of back up. These guys, one of them's blind, so let's handle them first. They can't really do a whole lot. I'm just gonna have them stagger, kind of like clutching at the remnants of the wall. They just kind of like get out of the way a little bit. This guy is going to come over here, and they're going to Sheesh, as this person in the more like draconic looking mask approaches, you get this like a weird tightness in your chest.
Sorry, I fell asleep. What happened? No, I'm just kidding. Am I going into anaphylactic shock? Am I allergic to this man?
I think my blood pressure just spiked like 30 points. I can't
Yeah.
imagine Drake's.
God.
You get the sense that there's some kind of an aura coming off of this person that is having some kind of an effect on you.
He does have a fancy mask, doesn't he?
12, I assume, misses. Sheesh.
Yeah, that's a myth. Thankfully.
This guy is going to come over and do the same to Nara, and Nara, you also get the same feeling of like this just oppressive presence. 22, I'm going to guess hits.
Yep.
So you actually take 12 points of damage as you are currently vulnerable to piercing well within their aura.
Ooh.
Oh.
Gross.
Aura, you guys get the sense it only extends like immediately around them, so within 5 feet. But yeah, he takes out this like wicked-looking dagger and just shivs you right in the stomach, and you just feel it begin to bleed kind of profusely and unnaturally. That is all of them. Brings us to Anne. Just gonna just slug martini.
Go girl.
And she has stuff she can do to help actually here. She is going to come out, pull out a dagger as well, just like small knife essentially, and she's going to take her bonus action is going to be to help Nara attack this person, and she's going to shoot this guy.
Heck yeah.
15. I think actually hits.
Excellent. Gets him right in the kidney
It does.
for 69 damage.
Ooh, excuse me.
Although she got 9.
9 points of damage. Giuseppe.
Giuseppe.
He's gonna just do some stuff.
Do some stuff.
That'll bring us to this guy.
Wait, I thought I went first because of the rollies, though.
No, you went second.
Bullshit.
Yeah, sorry. He got an natural on his. He runs up to here and dashes to do so.
I thought his was the 3.
No, that was on Kohaku's rollies. That's gonna be him, which brings us to Sheesh.
Okay. I'm gonna attack this man who tried to attack me.
Don't like that circle.
Don't worry about it. It's probably nothing. It's not orange for any particular reason.
Oh.
26 will hit, 24 will hit, but 10 will miss. Two very heavy blows to this person.
Okay.
Anything else?
Can I see Giuseppe at all from where I'm at?
No, currently you guys are essentially like under the balcony.
Gotcha. Oh, that's a real shame.
Sheesh did explicitly like notice him at the start of combat, though, right? Last session.
Yeah,
Okay. You just can't see his current actions.
yeah.
I dig it.
Did he notice me?
You're not entirely sure. You kind of like the wall was busted in, everybody turned, and in that panic, you kind of like scanned the room with everybody else, or with all your party looking for other individuals. And when you looked up, you kind of saw Giuseppe looking over the balcony, and then he turned and began to back away.
Okay. Then for now, I'll just use my bonus action to attack again. 17.
17 is a big hit,
Yay!
and that's unfortunate for them because they are almost dead.
I dip out of the way of his knife and just pull both of mine out of my back and just a flurry of blades.
Yeah, you leave huge carve marks down this person. That will bring us to the guards.
Do you think Giuseppe might be like complicit here, or do you think he might be in it? Maybe he just came here for the Capicola.
I don't know, man.
I don't think we know anything about him.
Not really.
These guys are going to step around, and he does need a check. Okay, he's good. The guards are going to kind of flank and try to protect Nukutani, and they're going to attack this guy.
Ooh, there's a crit in one of them. Go guard.
Okay, this guy just attacked basically the leader of the state, so they're not happy with that. They do that. Right, the other guards. They're gonna hop up to try to defend Toshikuni. God, these guards.
They're doing their job well.
Okay, thank God.
Jeez.
They lay into this red pawn. And then the rest of the guards kind of begin to corral people and kind of barricade the exit. Right. Han's turn.
It doesn't
Yeah.
have to be.
This
You
is
just die.
this is the fun one.
I'm very interested to see what this is.
Is it Pawn or Toshikuni's turn? Oh,
Pawn. I just
okay.
advanced
Oh, you
it
skip.
quick.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair.
Oh, right. After it got attacked, actually, it makes a attack of opportunity as a reaction.
Oh. Holy. Okay.
And then on its actual turn, it is going to begin to move. How does it want to do this?
Does the guard get an attack of opportunity?
Yes. Working on it. So the guard.
Guard? Ooh, guard.
Ooh.
Does the other guard in Toshikuni also get to attack?
Toshikuni does not, and the other guard does not yet. This guy is going to take a. The pawn is going to cut down this, this hapless
Random passerby?
passerby.
Oh no!
How to talk? Is this like bipedal? Is it a robot? What is this thing?
Was it
It almost looks like a weird suit of very like thin armor.
Okay.
Like it's almost like armor that was made for like a skeleton or something without bone.
Sure.
Like the joints and the limbs are very like kind of gangly, and it just appears to be some kind of like an animated construct essentially.
Wild. Wild.
The weird thing that you do notice is that as it kind of trundles along, it only seems to move in cardinal directions.
So this poor thing does abide by a real life grid in the real world.
Yeah.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it.
We can only attack.
No, nobody
Like
run
a
past
pawn?
this thing. Nobody run past this thing. We get en passanted to death.
Technically, en passant is its
Oh, the
attack
reaction?
opportunity.
Hell
Its
yeah.
reaction. Yeah, I'll throw up the stat block at some point.
I can't wait.
But yeah,
We're gonna face a whole chessboard piece of these at one point. It's gonna be
Oh
horrifying.
no, we're gonna be on the other side of the chessboard. I love it.
Man,
I
let's
hate
live
it.
it.
but yeah,
It's an army.
it's basically got this like big kind of like red metal glaive, and it fully bisects this person.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Jeez.
It's killing bystanders.
Then it steps forward, and it is going to do a use its capture ability. So
no.
every,
Hey.
Sure.
every creature within 10 feet of it that isn't on a matching cardinal direction makes a DC 11 dex save, which includes
Oh.
Nibutani, this one guard, and this dealer, and Toshikuni.
What the friggity frick?
I'm gonna have to go relearn chess. I'm terrified.
It's
Can't
bending
do
the
this.
rules a little bit, but I do like it.
This is bishop shit.
Well, the bishop can probably do this at a much longer range.
Yeah,
Ugh.
like miles. I don't know.
It is wild that this thing is obeying a diegetic 5-foot grid. This thing has a perfect sense for where north is at all times.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's fucking awesome.
I mean, so do you.
I have to look not perfect, not like this.
Druidcraft. Doesn't it tell you north?
I mean, if I spend time and think about it, this thing just knows at all time. It is physically
Oh.
bound to it.
Maybe he's like a Roomba, and he's like, he paced the room beforehand.
Maybe.
That's
So we
it
just have
has
to put him near a
be mind
staircase and
feed.
he's doomed.
Yeah, we can exploit this. We can definitely work with this.
What do you mean? Let's just hit it.
Well, yeah, we're gonna just hit it too. But I
It
love
does
this.
hit.
I love this so much.
Thank you. I was very proud of this monster. It does end up hitting both Toshikuni and Nibutani. Avoids the guard, and in a stroke of luck, the card dealer like ducks under the table just in time.
Aha! Dealer's luck! That's a thing people say, right?
These people are dying.
I don't know.
That is him. Toshikuni is gonna run.
Okay, he runs. Good to know.
He's not a combatant. Gambling hall owner. He doesn't know how to fight.
Really? I feel like a gambling hall owner should know how to fight.
He's gonna get out of there. No, Toshikuni's a fucking nerd. He's running gambles, playing shogi and chess. Like he's not
He hires people that know how to fight.
right. Like he has guards for a
Fair.
reason. He gets out of here. Now the abomination. Also, as a note, because you guys remember when you found the footprints from the pond, that's why it moved kind of funny.
Oh my god.
Oh, it has to go.
Cardinal directions
Weird.
only.
Yeah, so anytime it was like kind of getting shoved off of a cardinal direction, it would kind of like stumble and stagger weirdly. Or it would have to like shift very rapidly to do diagonal.
Wild.
Weird.
Oh god, this thing. Oh
Uh,
fuck.
Yeah, this thing comes up and it's gonna smack you, Stein.
Oh, this is awful. What's it look like, by the way?
It looks like just a weird mutated humanoid that's almost gone kind of like partially draconic, but in this like very twisted, like old 50s horror movie monster kind of way.
Oh,
So it's got one arm that's like far larger and longer than it should be, and
Yeah.
its face is kind of like, it's almost like part of its face is draconic, but the other was still almost humanoid, so it's being pulled and stretched in a weird way. Almost like a human face being pulled into a snout on one side. Yeah, it's really just gross, and it's snarling. Drool is spilling out of this mouth that's kind of like constantly broken and slightly open.
Tasty.
It's gonna make 3 attacks at you.
God, 3. That hits. That hits. That misses.
Oh my god, Ragnarok. I haven't seen that shit in forever.
You don't have any sort of resistances to anything, do you?
Resistances? No. Not right now. I get those later. Oh, God! What?
So you take a combination of piercing, slashing, and necrotic damage.
Yeah, 16. Gotcha.
That is both attacks at once, so...
Okay.
Yeah, it basically
Damage.
comes in, bites you with this, like, gross mouth, and then with the large, kind of swollen arm, it claps you across the side of the face. And then with the kind of, like, smaller arm, it's got a pretty large great axe that it is somehow wielding in a single hand. And it takes a wild swing with that, but you manage to dodge out of the way.
Woo!
Uh,
Dodging out the way. He tells, like, this person above him, "What are you waiting for? Get away from here!"
that brings us to Nara.
God, so many surprise attacks. Gonna go after this guy.
Alrighty.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, with the first strike, you lay into it, doing this massive wound.
Sorry, and then Nico's gonna, with the bonus, attack this guy over here.
Perfect.
Rawr. I like blood now.
Get him, Nico.
14?
14, I think, just hits.
For 4 piercing damage. Is there any other damage that goes with it?
Not currently.
Maybe later.
He's a bitey boy.
Soon, JPEG.
Yeah, that's it for Nara.
All right. Alistair.
There's so much going on.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I just like, where do I go? I'm torn. Also, what is this thing, real quick?
It is Nibutani's presumably pet.
Dire
Okay.
Fox?
It's not gonna attack me though, probably.
Hopefully not. It seems to be this, like, yeah, it's like a dire fox. It's just this huge white fox.
Okay, I'm gonna run over here then, and I'll finish this guy off. Maybe. God, Alistair, come on, buddy.
Oh,
oh no!
sweet boy.
He's flustered. It's okay.
Had one too many orgasms.
Mm-hmm.
Only brought him the one. Wait, was it 2?
I think you brought me two.
Anne's just like, don't worry, honey, I'll help you out later.
God, she's great. But that's... I don't want to move out of his range because he'll hit me. But I don't want to be here because I'm weak to his shit. It's fine. I'll stay here.
All right. So this boy.
I can get to the pond next turn.
they're gonna come up here. Hold an action. This guy. is gonna come on over here. They're actually going to. They're gonna dash as well up to here.
Oh, don't do that. I don't want to take a bunch of opportunity attacks.
And that's gonna bring us to Jupe.
All right, bear with me for a second. I gotta figure out if this is still worth it. Center
I believe you.
point. Fuck, I would have to move, wouldn't I? It's just out of view. Unless I did that instead, but then that guy's trapped. You know what? Stain's right there. He'll be fine. I am going to shoot this up one. Stein. I'm usually good about it. I'm sorry.
I thought you called him Stan this time.
Stan. His name is just Stan now.
Stan.
1, 2, 3. Double checking. 1, 2, 3. Yes, this is the right call. This is the way. Jupiter's going to look over that direction and he's going to begin channeling a spell. As he does, the wood in the floorboards of this place begins to curl upwards into spikes. Thorns, sharp, jagged thorns begin to form all throughout that area. Anyone who can see that happening is like immediately aware that it is dangerous and they shouldn't move. People who can't see it are not aware that it is a threat.
Cool.
So hopefully that'll get those
Wonderful.
3.
Yep. That sucks to be them.
Sucks to be them.
Oh, they actually do all get a save.
Oh,
So
true.
Give them that before
That's
we
fine.
decide on this.
I'll commit to it. Either way, it's fine. It's a big
There are
area.
civilians here.
They'll be fine if they don't move.
Okay.
Yeah. One of them is okay.
Yeah.
Two of them, including the bad aura boy, is not great.
Love that. And then speaking of bad aura boys, with my bonus action, I'm going to try to slip time and space around the guy south of Sheesh here, and he needs to give me a strength saving throw. No!
It's good.
Damn it. I try to, like, cheese grater him across the floor, but he is able to just grab onto something and hold on.
Yeah. He just, like, clings to part of the wall.
Okay. Cool. That should be fine. As a reminder for my friendlies, stepping out of this is safe. It only hurts if you step into it or through it. But that's me.
Understood.
Alrighty. Nibutani is going to disengage, take a step back, and it's going to actually. God, part does she want to head? Doesn't really want to get close to that guy, but. She's gonna come over here, sit on this stool.
Oh my god.
Say, Gigi, take care of them.
Aww.
And you see this fox. Its teeth kind of like, or the gums kind of curl back, revealing these sharp teeth. Spittle starts to drool out of its mouth, and it starts to snarl. See this almost white fire begins to lick up the sides of its paws, and its tail kind of flicks in this like snapping motion, like a whip, and splits into 3. And it does that. It has this like dark kind of Matt Mercer doing a growly voice kind of voice, just like with pleasure. And it comes over and is gonna just like try and bite this dwarf in half.
Wait,
Dwarf?
Dwarf?
Oh.
Oh! Oh,
Yeah.
shit!
That's not
Which one?
good.
That's not good.
Wait, which dwarf?
She's with them.
Oh.
Or she got flipped with the weird diagonal ability. I don't know how that works. It's
No,
quite handy.
no, sorry, this guy's a dwarf.
Oh,
Okay.
Scared
Oh,
the
can you
shit
guys-
out of me.
I thought you meant this one, and I'm like, oh no.
Oh,
Okay,
sorry.
okay.
I have all the different mass dudes have races, and I forgot to turn on their
Gotcha. Okay.
token names. Sorry.
Oh,
Yes, this one mass guy is a dwarf, and he
okay.
Gigi
Ah,
comes over
ah.
and just
It's
leads down.
15 just hits, I think. Yeah, it's a plus 10. For 10 damage.
Hell yeah, good shit.
Yeah, fully bites this guy in half. And then he's going to come over here and try to bite this guy in half.
Appreciate. Ooh, good.
Chomp. Dead.
Now show me what you can do, Lord Kohaku.
I hate her.
Even my pet can kill things.
Your turn.
This
We're
is
over
a
here
flex
and
off.
flurry of blows on Nubutani.
She's prone. She's sitting on the stool.
Now I don't want to do anything.
Yeah, you were gonna do it, but then your mom told you to do it, so now you
Dang
don't want
it.
to do it.
All
Now
right.
show me what you can do.
Well, I don't want to get I don't want to give this guy a free hit, so I'm just gonna take him
Yeah,
out. Let's take him
fair.
out. We're gonna use this. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no way that's enough. We'll follow it up with a strike.
That's definitely.
That is enough with the second one.
There's an awful lot of like normal people over there. Oh god, where
If
did
you
I move?
step there, it'll be painful.
Yeah. Look at all these normal people. You know what? What if I go after the pawn? What if I go up here and take this guy out?
Yeah.
I mean,
Break it.
do a flying
Whoa.
scissor kick on him.
Nice.
Shoot, who was the guy from Mortal Kombat who did that?
The bicycle kick, Liu Kang.
I think it might, yeah, it would have been Luke
Yeah.
Kang's
The
Crazy
the
shadow
pedaling.
kick or whatever.
Or were you
That's
thinking
not a
like,
scissor kick.
No. The bicycle kick where it's going.
But yeah, you. Oh wait, actually, 16 does not hit this guy.
What?
Hmm.
I guess it is armored.
Yeah, 16 just misses.
Damn.
Oof, ouch, spikes.
The end.
Alrighty. These boys.
One of them is blind.
One of them is blinded.
Save at the end of the turn.
He's gonna try and move.
Yeah, just tell me how many spaces he got.
He moves one, realizes it hurts, and stops.
7 from their first one. Good lord.
God damn.
Yeah, that was great. He's gonna hang out. He's gonna take a blind swing at Stein.
Yay.
Missing.
E.
And then these guys. These two are going to pull out small crossbows, and they are going to shoot at Stein.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Both, I think, miss.
Yeah, miss.
And then this boy is going to take a shot at Sheesh.
Better not.
Missing. That is them for now, which brings us to Stein.
They get a save at the end of the turn.
Yes, he does.
DC 15 con save.
Just misses.
One below. Yeah, that means you're still blind! He's gonna take the chance to attack this guy. With advantage! His fist turns red, and he strikes once. 23? 6 fire?
This is on the blind guy?
Yeah, this blind guy here. Does he seem to resist fire?
He sure doesn't.
Oh boy! And then another one. 21 for another 6.
It's not looking good.
Then he's gonna, let's see, how many key do I have? Yeah, he's gonna spend 1 key to flurry. Uh, 16 for 9. And there's no one within reach for the second attack. If he falls down.
That does take him down.
Yeah. And he's gonna try another bap on this guy for the last one. Crit? No, it's not crit. Sorry, he's not blind. 19 for 11.
Damn shit.
19 does hit. Unfortunately, he is immune to fire.
Oh.
Kind of like
Yeah.
it catches across the scales, and they just seem to the heat just flecks off of it.
He punches and like the red fiery scales shatter off his arm, and he just shakes it like Jackie Chan, like wow, no fire in these people. It's the end of his turn.
Alrighty. That will bring us to these boys. They are not doing great. But this guy's gonna take a couple stabs at Sheesh at the very least.
Better not.
12 misses though, which sucks.
He should run in the circle.
We'd rather not. He's good. This guy is going to at least. He's going to stagger towards. He does move. One step, takes some damage. Quite a bit of damage.
Ink.
Totally whiffs out an attack on Stein, and he's going to make his
Con save.
save, which he fails.
Woo.
That is them for now. Anne is going to throw a martini glass at this guy. And give Alistair the help action.
Nice, nice.
Martini Glass misses, unfortunately, but Alistair, you have advantage on attacking this guy. You do.
Okay.
Giuseppe.
Giuseppe.
What is this rat fuck doing?
What is the pizza man doing?
Nothing currently that you're aware of. Now this boy. This boy is going to take a swing on. He's going to attack Nico.
No.
No.
Oh,
Oh.
thank goodness his AC is 45.
Right.
What is his AC? Is that it?
I think it's 16.
Yeah, it's not nine. It's not over 19. I can tell you that much. So Nico takes 6 points of damage, and then he is going to use his bonus action to attempt to grapple Nico.
You're gonna grapple this tiny dude!
Oh,
Hey, you get off of him.
I've been sitting here like an idiot this whole fight. Like, what do they want? What do I need to grab and protect? And it's sitting right next to me the whole time.
The weirdly dressed dog.
Uh-huh.
So Nico needs to beat a 19 athletics check.
Holy shit. Or acrobatics. Whichever's higher. Neko. It's Nico!
Yeah, you know, Nico. Nico, just like I said.
Oh no.
That's Neko! That means cat!
Yeah, so you see this big orcish man with this mask smack Nico, and then as Nico's kind of reeling, reaches down, grabs him, just kind of picks him up.
Hey, you put him right down.
That
You
is
put my child down! You fucking psycho.
that is going to bring us to Sheesh.
Attack! I'm just going for this guy, obviously. Is he down yet?
Yeah, unfortunately that'll do it.
Yeah.
Hooray!
Well,
Unfortunately,
moving.
yeah, I'm in the oof ouch spikes. So
Yeah, I think
I
this
don't,
counts us out.
I don't know if that counts as out. It's
No. If it's if over half the tile is
gotcha. Okay.
in the effect is usually my cutoff.
You could try jumping, but I don't know how much it's gonna help.
I was gonna say a standing jump might do it.
What's your standing jump height? I know Kohaku can do it easily, but the rest of us peons.
I'm a fish. I'm not known for my jumping ability.
Yeah.
Fish jump very high out of the water.
Got those flappy Kermit feet. Not really made for jumping.
Frogs are made for jumping. What are you talking
I'm a fish. I'm not a frog.
If your strength is at least 12, you could make it. But I don't know what your strength is.
It's 10.
Ah, damn.
Well, at least you have a bow and arrow you can switch to.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Or you could throw one of your cooking knives and then I can steal it again.
No,
Running out of those.
I'm gonna. Oh, jeez. Okay. I pull out my bow and I'm gonna take a shot at the pawn.
Ooh.
Spicy.
I feel like taking that thing out is probably a good idea.
Yeah, it did just like cleave a civilian for no reason.
It's probably
Oh
messed up.
no.
9, unfortunately, it does strike this thing. This isn't like the most mobile target or anything like that. But the armor is very thick and it's curved in a way that just fully deflects the arrow.
Okay. Then I will bonus action. Oh, jeez. I'm gonna bonus action mark the one that picked up Nico.
Okay.
Because I can't see Giuseppe.
Fair enough.
That's me. Oof! Ouch!
Right.
Spikes.
Let's see. What do these guys do? This guy's gonna back off and stay with Lady Nibutani. This guy is gonna move over here and try to defend this civilian. Take a swing on this one cultisty guy. He does have a disadvantage because he's kind of like squeezing a little bit. Yeah, good. Then just a little bit more damage. That is them. The rest of the guard, they back off to defend Toshikuni. And the rest kind of actually one of them is going to begin just kind of corralling people. I'm not going to move every fucking person because it's just too much. But people start to kind of like make their way out, but this space is very crowded. That sort of stuff. That brings us to the pawn.
But I'm scared of the pawn.
My fun boy. Oh, my sweet babies. If you guys are afraid of the pawn already, this is the weakest one.
Oh,
Um,
don't say that.
I mean, that's just how chess works.
I mean, that's fair. But IDT, it was different. Pods are scary.
He is going to take a swing on Kohaku.
Mm. That's it.
For 10 or 14 points of piercing damage.
Damn.
And then it is going to do a capture ability.
Oh,
So I need a dex save from you and the guard. Kawaku, you avoids this damage entirely. The guard is not so lucky.
Dude, they got captured. I don't know until captured.
Essentially, it just makes like swings its poleaxe down in 4 directions,
Oh, okay.
and then it kind of staggers around you a little bit. That is going to bring us to this boy.
thing's gonna wreck my world.
Yeah. He's gonna take some swings on you, Stein. Sorry.
AC's 18.
Good luck.
You know what? It's actually going to use its Reckless, and it's going to give itself advantage on all melee attacks this turn. And it will have all attack rolls against it will have advantage as well.
Oh man.
Oh
hit.
no!
Oh gosh, it's gonna hurt. Hey, most of those would have hit in the first roll, except the first
Yeah.
one.
The good news is that the Reckless was only a little effective.
Yeah.
I
It didn't crit. It didn't crit.
I was hoping for a crit, but
Yeah, I'm holding my breath for that damage. Ooh.
fortunately I rolled low on the d12. I did max the d10 though, which sucks. But
Looking good.
Oh,
could have been a lot worse.
Stein.
Yeah, this thing, its eyes go kind of bloodshot, and it just goes into this feral rage and begins ripping and tearing at Stein. And that brings us to Nara.
I can't move. There's spikes everywhere.
I got you, fam. Don't worry.
About that.
What's wrong?
First things first. Nara turns to this guy, holding on to Nico. Says, "Put him down," and shifts.
Oh shit!
Hell
Hell
yeah.
yeah!
No, yeah.
Pissed
Yeah.
off daddy.
And he just he brings down his hand and hits the floor, and there's a little like rumbling coming from this room as
Good shit. Good
more
shit.
spikes
There's
come up.
spike drip
Oh.
I love everything about it.
with double spike growth. Guys, there are innocent people.
They-
All the
innocent-
all the patrons in this establishment are like, "What the fuck
Yeah,
is going on?"
they're not moving. They haven't been
Yeah.
moving.
Yeah,
Something-
just don't.
Yeah.
It's true. They're not moving.
Something like that, or this more.
There seems to be guards here. Oh, there's a guard at the other entrance too. Yeah, that should be fine.
Something like that. Cool.
Bless you so much. God bless you.
All right.
And your spikes look like scales.
Sure.
More dragony.
There's scales on the floor. Eat them quick.
Pick at them. Eat them. Oh, they cut my tongue.
Your draconic bones and things start to spread out.
Yeah. The ground is now teeth.
Oh, I do love that
I hate
idea.
that.
That's not a good image.
No, that's a great image. Are you kidding? That's so cool.
They're
Just a
like-
bunch of sharp dragon teeth pop through the ground. I'm so into that.
Yeah, imagining them as dragon teeth and not human teeth makes it a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 It's gotta be fangs. It's gotta be fangs.
What if the entire ground just gets covered in like the
Gnashing mouths.
the little Lego alligator piece? let me get the picture.
That's an artificer version.
All right, Alistair.
Whew, okay.
Cast Lego
Well,
pieces.
I don't want them to take Nico, so and I have advantage. Can I climb over this table or under this table? Whatever this is.
So that's a big statue. It's like a 15-foot statue.
Okay. Can I slide under the giant fox?
Yes, and you can kind of like squeeze your way around the base of this statue. It'll be difficult terrain, but you can do
Okay.
it.
Here's good. And I have advantage because of the help action, right?
Yeah. You have advantage against this guy specifically.
Yeah, this one specifically. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Imagine just walking into a room full of those bad boys and stepping on them.
Oh, fuck
Damn.
him up.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Those look
yeah.
like they hurt.
23 and
They're also
24 will
very
definitely hit. For 18 points.
18.
I think he's dead. Maybe.
Nope,
not-
not more
No.
than that.
Give him the old 1-2, Alistair.
Not bad.
You guys are pretty tanky.
Imagine he fights like how they fight in the 20s.
He hitches up his pants first and does the like low boxing stance, but
Yeah.
he's got these giant fucking gauntlets on.
Yeah.
I love it.
Big-
You know, he pushes his ass out all very far. Squats.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Shows the backs of his hands while rolling back and forth.
And then it really doesn't make much contact as much as it shoots them in the face with a blast of energy.
Yeah, your big Iron Man gauntlets just point blank.
Pew.
Cool. Any other action?
Did I just picture the Hulk hands?
Nope.
See, I'm picturing like mechanical gauntlets, but there are like gun barrels pointed backwards. So right as he punches, there's like a blast of gunpowder that makes the punch hit harder.
Without
But the
hitting
thunder
him in
sound
the
is-
face, though, right?
Oh, yeah, of course, of course, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
None of it has to make any sense. It's just fun.
It's like Yang's weapons in Ruby.
Yeah.
I don't know who that is, but I'm going to look them up now.
There's some good Yang fights I would recommend.
Yeah.
Alright, this boy. He is going to hold a action again. This boy comes over. And he takes out a satchel and scoops Nico up into it. And even though the satchel is much smaller than it should be to hold Nico, Nico completely vanishes within it.
Oh shit!
Hey,
No.
don't do that.
And which one is the south one?
South one.
Okay.
And he is going to move away.
44.
Yeah. Give it to me, Daddy.
Are you stealing, dog? Give back, dog.
And then he hands the bag to the other guy, and this guy runs.
Oh no. Hey.
Hey, no,
that out.
stop handing off.
They're
Is it
That's
a
a
relay race?
lateral.
Nico's not football.
Shit. That changes everything.
Dives through his window. He also takes 2d4 for spike damage.
Yeah, that's not fair. He's not the one I marked.
It's okay. The mice are outside. They'll stop him.
That is that. Which brings us to Jupiter.
Oh, this is
Nice.
not good. This is a window here, right?
Yes.
Cool. Well, that's our way out. I am going to use a bonus action first to try to shift gravity so that this guy slips. Actually, you know what? Let's move first. I'm going to trigger first. "12 misses. I start weaving my hands, and I try to jerk this guy up into this space. The guy south of me, he needs a strength save. Sick. He is flung up here and takes a little bit of damage. And then I am going to quickly paint a constellation of a thunderstorm. There's a crack of thunder that blows out this way, and I need both of them to make, I believe it's con saves on Thunderwave. Sure
that's
is.
right.
They both succeed, which is a real pain because they don't get the knockback, but they still take 5 points of thunder.
Does not leave one of them with a lot left.
That is such a shame. I was really hoping to finish him with the movement, but that is fine. I think because we have a new field up, I will go ahead and drop concentration on this field, mostly so Stain doesn't fucking die.
Fine.
Good call.
Stein, sorry. And then Tabaxi Dash.
Thank you.
Trigger from the second guy. "21 hits. Oh, thank
3.
God. Thank God.
Italy damage.
5, 10, 10, 15, 20, 30,
Third of his health.
35. It is a significant chunk of my health. And I jumped through the window.
All right.
I don't know if there's anything involved with that.
You're fairly scrawny. I'll give you an athletics check.
You can do it.
DC 10. Athletics.
Oh, athletics, shit.
Yeah.
Well,
You're-
what's your
it's-
modifier?
I sure
Try to
hope
break it.
I sure hope I'm strong enough to break glass.
Well, it's. I mean, first of all, it's.
Throw your
It's
body at.
the act of doing it with just your movement without needing to like actively smash it or something.
That's fair. That's fair.
But yeah, you're able to leap up onto the couch and springboard off of it, kind of guarding your face and stuff with your arms, barrel through, slam through some of the like lattice work, I guess, whatever the framing of the window is, and the window kind of pops out and smashes.
Excellent. Important question: do these guys do anything to stop this guy, or did he like juke them?
He don't want this window.
Okay, okay. So it's not like they were complicit; they just got juked. Okay, I'm into that. 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 55, 60. That is all of my turn.
Perfect. What does Nubutani do? She doesn't really know what's going on a ton, or doesn't have a ton of context for it.
Kohaku's fighting the pawn.
It's true. Juju will come over here and try and bite the pawn. Ten points of damage. Does she? Sorry, homebrew stuff. New character.
Is she your summoner? Oh my god, she's a summoner.
It's a
She is, yeah.
Hell yes.
I finally want to
Recognized it.
test it out.
Did you change it from the playtest?
I've not yet.
Oh, cool. I liked it. I liked it later play. I think we got to level 17 with it or something.
Yeah, I might toy with it after we play around in PF2 a little bit, because in spite of my issues, it's got some neat ideas about how to handle some of the summoner stuff.
You could be part of the development team.
But yeah. Does she have anything that she can do, really?
Order an orgasm. They're really good.
It's never a bad time for an orgasm.
It's true. She will do a Conjurer's Smite and tack on a little extra damage.
Oh.
There's this like lick of white flame as Juju bites into this thing. And that will bring us to Kohaku.
Wow. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
crit!
Oh no.
Oh,
Good shit.
I'm sorry to say it is still up, but just barely.
Oh, that's fine.
And actually, because you attacked it, it's going to take an attack of opportunity on you.
Enjoy.
Miss it.
Hey,
Haha. And then one of these. Shwa.
How do you want to do this?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just round kicking his
Yes.
head completely off. Are you kidding?
hell yeah.
Yeah, this perfectly spherical head gets kicked and fully like a golf ball being kicked off of it or like hit off a tee. It goes flying across the room, smashes
Wait.
into the wall, and bounces around a little bit.
No, wait. What do I have to roll to make sure it lands in Nibutani's lap?
The
Oh,
lad spinning in front of her in the bar until it looks at her with dead eyes.
give
Dex
me
check
a
of
very
some sort.
give me a very hard acrobatics check.
It's like a pool trick to bounce the ball over another ball, except for a ball, it's a person.
So it doesn't land perfectly in her lap, but it does kind of like bounce and eventually just roll and like land at the base of the stool that she's sitting in.
I'll take it. Nice.
She just kind of stops it with a foot.
Where am I needed?
Stein's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I kind of need to get down here.
This guy's blind, I suppose.
Yeah, I'll just
That guy is blind.
give Stein a hand. So I've done 2, so get one more, and
Hi,
I'm gonna
Haku.
do. Hi.
I'm sorry, I need to retcon one thing
Oh.
very quickly.
Oh no. Okay. That was an
I'm,
excellent kick.
I'm
Kohaku.
so terribly sorry. Stein, you take an extra 6 points of damage because you were vulnerable to piercing.
Oh, right.
Am I vulnerable to piercing?
Oh no.
Because this guy's next to you.
Oh, this guy does an aura thing.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
On the bright side, he probably still thinks he can't move.
True.
I'm still up.
He doesn't know it has.
Oh,
He's catching
It might
crit.
not matter for this
Oh
guy.
my goodness.
Ooh.
hey, I'm still up. Barely.
Oh, I
That-
did not double my crit. Let me give you another D4. There we go.
But yeah. Bam.
Woo!
Oh, he is. You
15
come up,
damage.
fully scissor kick this guy in the face. He goes reeling, seeing stars.
That's me.
Alrighty. That will bring us to these guys. This guy is going to attempt to shiv you, Kohaku.
Enjoy.
Disadvantage. I mean, it still misses already.
I miss.
Oh, that's the not blind guy.
Yeah, this is the blind guy. These are the regular boys. Then the other two are going to. One's going to take a swing on the guard because it's harrowing it. And one is going to shoot Stein
That hits.
for 14 points of piercing damage.
I catch it.
Yeah,
I throw it back at him
excellent.
using one key point. I think I'm disadvantaged because I'm surrounded by unfriendlies.
It's a monk weapon.
Yes.
Yeah,
Does that make a difference?
but it's a ranged attack.
Still range,
so-
yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately. 11. Aw, unfortunate.
Oh, well. Yeah, 11
Yeah,
just misses this guy.
Oh, just misses.
Wait,
Yeah,
who
12.
were you attacking? Oh, okay, that
wait,
guy. I was
the
gonna-
guy. With, oh shit! I have one key left. Fucking. I don't know if I should spend this last key left. Yeah, I'm not gonna boost that attack.
Okay. Well, that is those guys. There's one guy who's just been shoved into these needles. He's gonna step out and take a swing on Nara. Missing. And that is them, which will bring us to Stein.
Oh boy, things are pretty difficult right now. He looks around. He's like panting. Do I know Nico's been snatched? Can I see him from here?
Yeah, you could see
Yeah.
into there. You could have seen what was happening.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll get him back. He tugs on a little like ribbon wrapped around his arm over the kimono. It loosens something up because a dagger falls out of his sleeve of his kimono, attached to a rope. And he swings it at this guy with a flick of his wrist. It's technically melee, so ignore the range part. 27 for 8.
Yeah, 27 will hit any of these guys. Who are you targeting? Sorry.
This blind.
Ow. The poor blind man. 8 is exactly what you need to kill
Oh,
him.
exactly.
You wouldn't stab a blind man.
And then I yank it out of him with a tug of my wrist, and it goes straight into the other one. This guy with advantage because he's reckless. $23 for 10. It's not magic, if that counts.
Oh yeah, you're reckless. So yeah, 10 is a good chunk of damage on this guy.
This is kind of bad. People around me. Jupe's out there. I think he can handle that guy. I think Kohaku can also handle that guy. I have 1 key left. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to provide some support out here. I'm going to spend 1 key to step off the wind and use it to bonus action disengage. When I use this, I ignore difficult terrain. So I'm going here, here, here. 55 feet. That's my entire movement.
Perfect.
And that's everything I can do. That's all my key.
Alrighty. We get to get corralled out of the way. Fortunately, all the Nightmare Fanatics are dead. And going to gonna come over here and ask this man to leave. Missing because she's an old woman. And we'll help Alistair again.
No, she believes in me.
You got this, honey. Just
Who-
happy.
Who's she helping me with?
The guy between you and Nara.
Okay, the almost dead one. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She wanted to finish him off herself, but unfortunately her spindly little arms.
Just happy.
Importantly. From up above Jupe, you see a pudgy, pale old man drop from the balcony above, land in this courtyard, kind of like fall, land, kind of smash his knee into the cobblestones a little bit, very unpleasantly. I can see him bleeding a little bit, and he begins to hobble away.
Okay. Is he dressed like a cultist, or is he just a weird old man?
No, he's just like a weird old man.
Good for him. At least he's got the initiative to run.
Hey, one of them got out. Go on, get going.
Yeah, get out of here, go. We're all thinking of the Peter Griffin scene.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, good. I'm glad it wasn't just me.
100%.
But he's Italian.
Yeah.
So it's Mamma Mia.
Mamma mia.
That's a spicy pepperoni.
Alright, so that's Giuseppe. This boy.
What is an Italian?
He's gonna step forward. He does take 2d4 damage. You want Nara?
All right.
Then he's gonna take a swing on you.
First things first, as he ends his movement right in front of me and about to attack, I do the cha-cha slide.
I don't like that.
This is like a fountain or a table, right?
It's like a big statue.
Okay. So I probably can't like move around it through its space, right?
It would be difficult terrain.
Okay.
You ignore the
Yeah.
Also
terrain.
true. Yeah. So it's not
It's like a cat.
I'll try and cha-cha slide. Here.
God, what's this from?
It's from.
It's the racial thing.
Yeah, it's for my one shifter trait.
Oh, do you get to move when somebody lands next to you?
Yeah, Swift Stride.
Shit, that's so good.
That's the one you gave him, Drake. the update to his race.
Look, man, I make a lot of homebrew that I forget about. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. This used to
Alright.
be really shit, and now it's better.
That's right. Yeah, he's gonna continue to follow you. He can't. He's not gonna be able to move around that fountain. He's too big. So he's gonna have to come over here and be next to this fucking fox, which is not gonna end well for him,
Ooh.
I'm afraid. But he's gonna take a swing on you anyway. Missing.
Okay, I could be. I'm just making sure because I'm still a dum dum even after years of playing D&D. Once you end your movement, you could move again, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a free thing.
Yeah, you can basically you can break up your movement however you want.
Gotcha.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Oh, for real. But yeah, he moves over there, takes a swing, and completely whiffs. And he didn't hit you, so he can't do his grapple, which blows. That brings us to Sheesh.
Oh boy. Well, I'd imagine she sees Stein bleeding profusely, and he's like, "Oh, I'll get it in just a second." I raise a hand to, like, just do a cure wounds, and then he just road runners out the building.
You have a reason to follow him.
Yeah,
As you go to do that, and Stein roadrunners out, you kind of hear the splat of like meat hitting the ground, and you look over and you see Giuseppe.
I hear what sounds like a meatball falling from.
He dropped his capicola.
Every time you look at Giuseppe, you hear the waltz of the Meatball Man.
Oh no! Oh
Just his
no!
background music.
No, that makes it much more scary.
Should be scared.
I do see him though now.
Yeah, you see him very briefly, and then just like at the corner of the window, and then he's like gone just as quickly again.
You hear Jupiter
Alright.
yelling, "Go on, get out of here! Come on, get to safety!"
Yeah, I said, go on.
Run out the window.
All right, give me an athletics check.
Do we hear Kill Bill sirens?
Yeah. Anybody seeing Sheesh, it just like the camera zooms in on him and does the wee.
Everything turns red.
I kind of prefer the Meatball Man instead of the sirens. It's the exact same effect. You just replace the audio. Yeah, with ease, you like Jupiter just leap through this window, completely destroying this establishment.
Ah, damn it. Well, sorry, Stein.
Don't worry about it. Do what you must.
Alright, Giuseppe's within range, so I'm gonna bonus action move my Hunter's Mark to him. Oh wait,
I'm now playing.
does the previous target have to be dead for me to do that for free?
Yeah.
Okay, that sucks. And I marked the one that was... oh boy. Okay. If I might rearrange the actions of my turn a little bit, I'd like to take 2 shots on this guy before I dive out the window. Or I guess I could maybe even do it through the window still, but...
Sure. The 13 misses, but 25 will hit for 11.
12.
12.
Yeah, take that.
It's not looking great.
Fuck! Okay, I can't really do anything with a bonus action. So I imagine I'd run out this window, mostly to try to heal Stein, but then I see Giuseppe and I just point at him and I say, "What the fuck are you doing here?" And that's my turn.
Excellent.
Everyone's smashing through windows over here.
Poor Toshikuni was just trying to run his business, and his whole place has been destroyed. Fucking teeth are growing out of the floor now. The windows have been smashed. Truly awful. This boy is going to take a swing. Finishing off this cultist. Weirdly, this boy is just gonna not get in Gigi's way. Pawn.
Real quick, do these guards move on that turn, or are they kind of just like part of the set?
They do, but they're essentially just kind of like they're set dressing at this point. They're just kind of like dealing with the other people that are around.
Cool, works for me.
'Cause technically, this establishment is much busier than it looks. It's just for the sake of combat, it would be fucking miserable.
Right.
So yeah, they're trying to corral and stop people from barreling through and stuff like that.
Making sure they're not snatching up fistfuls of gold like I wanted to.
Oh, right. That's the reason this guy hasn't moved. Then Toshikuni. Comes out of the kitchen over the bar and pulls out a massive crossbow and is like, "Everybody chill the fuck out." And he's going to shoot this cultist on Nara.
Good man.
Damn, Toshi.
is not great with this thing.
Oh, you don't have to be with a heavy
I believe
crossbow.
A huge bolt goes flying, like cracks into one of the lights, smashes glass on the floor, and goes and starts reloading.
Imagine it hits the chair flips several times in the air.
All right, his boy. He's gonna come over. He had his
Oh,
orders.
Oh no, leave Stein alone.
It's okay. He had to use some of his movement on this difficult turn.
Not leaving it.
Oh no!
He did have to use a little bit, but he does have enough to get up to you.
Oh no! Wait, his orders are to beat me up?
Well, his orders were to. Their orders were take the beast, kill the rest.
Okay. Oh damn! I don't know this. It's like oh!
Oh no.
These two things hit.
That's not good. That's not good.
He's not. Oh, are these 3 attacks?
I was gonna say, did those land separately?
Yeah. The first one, I imagine, takes me down
And
because I only have 3 HP. A crit. Ooh. And then a death.
Well, first of all, how much? What's your AC?
My AC's 18.
Perfect. Do you have any defensive actions that you can take?
I'm checking. Not unless it's ranged.
Okay.
Oh boy, hold on. Let's see. Going through all the shit I've got.
I don't have Wheel and Woe yet.
I don't have any of that. I've got I don't have reactive spells. I'm on level 1. That one isn't prepared.
We might be in some trouble here.
No, I think this
Okay.
kills me.
So this is what happens. I'm gonna roll the damage for the first attack.
Okay.
How much HP do you have? 3. Okay, yeah. The first attack, first bite knocks you down, or and you don't drop though.
Oh, that's even worse. What?
Don't drop.
Stein, you fully go unconscious. Your body does not go limp. And the only, actually, almost everybody can see this except for Nara and Alistair. So Kohaku, Sheesh, and Jupe, you guys see Stein's body kind of like take a huge blow that should have just floored him. But he stands there. One of his hands goes and just like grabs this thing's snout, and with a single hand just like pushes it up and away from him. And you see this abomination kind of stagger backwards a little bit. And then Stein's body goes limp and falls.
What's 0 HP, right?
Yeah. 0 HP. It is going to make a charisma saving throw, and it's a high DC, but we'll see.
Oh, I'm so scared. What's going on?
That is still a fail. It does not attack you, and the backs of its muscles, kind of like along its shoulder blades, begin to bulge and ripple, and you see two wings like pierce out of its flesh and grow, and it takes off 10 feet away from Stein.
What does that mean?
And that brings us to Nara.
Okay. I think it could always do the wing thing.
Yeah.
And I think what's his face just stepped in and saved Stein from dying.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, the thing that lives inside him and calls him Vassal that I can't remember the name.
Atropus.
Atropus, yeah. Why does wing thing sound like a font?
Because wingdings.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need to down this chocolate milk. My heart.
Okay. Nara speeds off, running through the broken window. 40 feet here. Does this thing look intimidated?
Yeah, it looks freaked out.
Okay. With a bonus action, can you like just lay into someone with all your just try and like tackle them? Or is that like an action?
An action to grab.
It would be an action to shove.
Okay. Man. Like this situation. Okay. Nara is going to aim at the big guy over here.
Unfortunately, yeah, both of those miss.
Dang it. But yeah, I was trying to shoot at his head, like it just probably deflected off of his scales. Yeah, just trying to get its attention. And then... Frick.
Alrighty. Yeah, you send two arrows flying and they kind of whiz past it and draw its attention a little bit, but it is very focused on Stein at the moment.
Oh wait, I have 60 speed. So, stops right here.
Fast.
Alrighty. That brings us to Alistair.
Okay, I'm unaware of what happened outside, so I'm just going to hit the one I have the help action on. I'm assuming 8 finishes him off.
Yes, that'll do.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Move up here and take another hit.
13?
13 does hit these guys.
10.
He's almost surrounded. So close.
Still up, just barely though.
No!
Yeah.
Okay. He can try to hit me if he wants. I'm gonna go this way though. Miss.
Alrighty. Run over there. You can see Stein's very broken body laying there.
Ooh.
And that'll bring us to this boy.
Guys, I don't have heals. I don't have mana. I have 0
I'll-
mana.
I'll get to him.
You have them? Okay.
I think I have 1 mana left.
I have mana. It's just getting over there.
I can... Oh, boy.
I got him.
Okay.
As long as he doesn't die before my turn.
He is going to...
Excuse?
He disengages to backsy dash and dashes with his main action to run over here, and tosses the bag up to
No,
the
no,
abomination.
no.
Motherfuck. And he
Remember these guys.
Shit, fuck.
We don't have Sentinel, do we?
Nope.
Nope.
Damn it. Ugh.
This boy. They're going to move through here, so they do need 4d4, and they might die to this. Let's see. Needed to roll really low. Son of a bitch. That's exactly what you needed. He dies. Which is a little bit of a problem, I'm afraid. Alrighty. That's them, which brings us to Jupe.
Well, shit. Jupe is a little shell-shocked, but he knows he doesn't have any mana. Fuck. Alright, let's do it. Cunning action dash, 60 feet. And I would like to use my action to try to either disarm or snatch or do whatever I need to do to try to get this bag of holding.
Okay. He has flown up 10 feet. Do you have a way to reach him?
If this is a tree right here, I've got a climb speed. I'm pretty acrobatic. I'm good with ropes.
Yeah, I'll say you can try and climb up. Scramble up there the 10 feet and try and take a swing from one of the branches.
Alright. Oh no! That is his choice of athletics or acrobatics. If he's holding it with 2 hands, he gets advantage. I assume he probably gets it just for being bigger than me too. That is such a shame.
Does manage to hold on to it.
Son of a bitch. Don't suppose anybody wants to throw advantage at me.
Those are good.
I'm a
Wish
bit
I could
unconscious.
I don't have inspiration or anything I can give you.
I can't remember if I used the inspiration or not.
Just check to see if it's checked. There's a box in the front.
On the front page.
Oh, you can have my inspiration.
Alright, here we go.
I have it. Whew, it's gone now.
15. This is basically a coin flip. Here we go. Oh, no!
I'm sorry.
That's it. I have nothing else.
You
Shit.
use guidance on yourself, right?
Oh, good question.
Guidance doesn't work on attacks.
You're right,
You
it
already-
does work on attacks, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
You also
damn it.
already did guidance on yourself today.
Believe that is true.
Guidance is skill checks. And ability checks.
Yeah. It's been a long day.
Oh yeah, this is all the same day, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're also... Are we doing that short rest or are we doing it long rest? Or we changed it to short rest because of Gritty, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
You
Yeah,
did take
that's...
the short rest potion, so you might have
Oh
it
yeah,
back.
you did. So yeah.
Yeah.
But
You
it,
get
It's not gonna help
but
here.
it
But
does
yeah,
help
it
'cause
doesn't
it's an
still-
attack roll anyway.
this.
Right,
Yeah.
I thought it was an athletics check. Sorry.
Shit, the bed. Yeah, that's me. That's action, bonus action, movement. I think that's all I have.
All right. Nibutani is going to get up, pull out a katana, and tell Lord Kohaku, your companions seem to need your assistance. We'll take care of the riffraff.
Very well.
See, I love her.
And she's gonna come over here and try and take out this orc boy.
Dude, I need my bonus action.
Oh, I think she's flexing because she actually has a katana.
Dare she?
she has her fox.
This-
She's like, oh, fuck it, GG.
Excellent form, my lady.
I think the fox does it.
This giant dire fox just bites this dude in half, looks at you, mouth dripping with the blood, starts stalking over towards you. And then as he comes over here, they leap up and almost seem to like jump on the air and land over here.
Ooh, it's so fancy. Great, this is a great endorsement for the companion class.
Do that, and then that brings us to Kohaku.
Wow. Okay. So I think I'm gonna take an AO from that guy, and I move this way. Oh,
For 3 points of damage.
that wasn't supposed to happen. Okay. I don't know how tall this building is, so I really don't think it matters. I'm just gonna jump on top of it.
It's about 30 feet.
Okay, so that's just gonna cost me a key. I've got plenty. And then I want to jump from the top of the building onto this creature.
Okay. I will say you can make an athletics check to try and grapple it. You do manage to land on top of it and get a grip.
Cool. Did that cost me an action, or what do you think? What have I got left?
Yeah, it would be an action to land on a creature.
So still have a bonus. Can't punch with my bonus. Unless I slashed already.
Oh.
Give me 1 second, checking stuff I can do. Oh, I know what to do. Do a little second one real quick.
Good call.
Good heal.
That's me.
Cool. These guys are almost all dead. One's going to attack Alistair, though.
He can try. He can try.
Can try. He's doing his best. And then this one's going to attack Gigi. I think that actually misses. And that will bring us to Stein. I need you to make... Okay.
Yeah.
You have
What's it?
you have disadvantage on your death saves.
Okay.
Don't roll
I'll-
one. Please don't roll a 1. Okay,
Oh.
thank you.
Ooh, okay.
Just one fail.
One fail.
Stein, in this moment, you suddenly recall this. The sensation is very similar to the first time that you nearly died at the church. You remember laying there, bleeding out, and this force. Its voice was apathetic, ethereal. It almost didn't seem to care about anything, but it reached out to you and offered you a chance to live. and you accepted. And in that moment, or in this moment, you feel that same sensation of something else almost pushing you out of your body. That pain that should be there is faded, and there's just this strange, almost unpleasant calm. Is there anything that Stein thinks about in this moment of transition?
Stein thinks about how nothing has changed, how he's still helpless and really bad at fighting or protecting things that matter, or even trying to convince people to not leave him behind. And he doesn't want that to be his last legacy in this world. He doesn't want to leave the world helpless and unable to make any change. He just wants to keep doing something until people find worth in him. He still has to get Goblet back and Tankard back. And then he sees Talon.
The fighting continues. Anne is going to come over here. Come on, Anne. You have so many. You should be so helpful. She helps Alistair again. Giuseppe. Giuseppe turns to Sheesh and is like, "What the fuck are you doing here?"
I asked you first, god damn it!
Fuck. And he begins to take off.
God, yeah. Oh, he's just gone.
Yeah, like he leaves the map. He's just. Yeah. We might jump into some cinematic timing here in a moment, but this boy is dead. That's unfortunate. Sheesh.
Okay, I gotta do what I gotta do. Start running over here. I take a long look at Giuseppe. One long look at Giuseppe as he goes. And then I run over to Stein. Actually, I'm gonna run over here. I'm gonna run over to Stein because I don't need to be right next to him to heal him with this. I'm gonna hit him with a level 2 Cure Wound.
Oh.
And since I'm a Grave Cleric and he's basically dead, he just takes the full heal.
Cure Wounds is touch.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah. Healing Word is
Oh, right. Yeah, I don't wanna. I wanna get you with the good one. So.
Yeah, your Spirit of Dying it becomes ranged, right?
Yeah, but I actually want to heal you and not just.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Because otherwise, this guy's just gonna, or one of these two people is just, yeah. So.
You're wreck my shit.
Yeah. So it's 2d8, 16. I think it's just 20. Yeah, I think you just come up with 20.
Thank you.
Actually, does the mod only get added once?
Yeah, just once.
Okay, well it's 19.
Oh, 19. Let me
So my
subtract.
mod is actually 3, not 2. So.
Yeah. When you heal him, all these like crack scales kind of. I don't actually know if he gets up. What happens?
Yeah. So speaking of that, you don't get up for the time being.
Wait.
That's concerning.
Yeah, He has hit points. You are not making death saves, but you are you
okay.
remain unconscious.
Okay, remain unconscious.
And I didn't think
Is
I would
he
have to.
breathing?
He is breathing.
Okay.
I didn't think I would have to pull a thing up, but I am going to have to pull a thing up, and it might take me a second, but we'll grab it after combat because we're almost done with this, anyways.
Oh my god. They're
Uh,
gonna take Nico.
No,
So-
we're not. No, I'm joking.
all right. Anything else, Sheesh?
Gee, can I still see Giuseppe even though he's off the map?
Yes.
And another thing, I know that I can't cast 2 spells on the same turn, but the Hunter's Mark bonus action, is that like casting it or is that just
Yeah.
moving?
You are continuing to maintain your concentration and use it,
Okay.
which is totally acceptable.
Okay, last question. This fucker still has Nico in a bag, right?
True.
Okay.
Yes.
I
The
no,
difficult choices.
I moved my Hunter's Mark to the one with Nico.
Oh.
Just unfortunately all I can do for this turn. I wish I could throw a knife at him as well, but
I'll talk about this after session, but alrighty. Guards. Guards, what do they do? Yeah, this one guard comes over and just like finishes this guy off. Pawn is dead. Toshikuni is going to climb on over this over the bar. Come over here. Is going to attempt a very bad shot at this guy on Alistair. Hits incredibly. And now this guy.
Oh no, the thing!
Okay. He has to get out of here. He flies up 60 feet, or not 60 feet, 40 feet. Sorry. You can take an attack of opportunity.
I'd love to. Can I, and feel free to penalize this, can I attack the bag?
I'll say yes, it's extremely high AC. It's a
okay.
very tiny bag being held in a massive claw.
Understood. Understood. There's no way I'm killing this thing in one blow, but I might be able to rip the bag. That is my only shot,
Right.
so I will try it.
Before you roll, actually.
Sure.
Let me think about how I want to roll this.
Understood. This has a lot of precedent. I understand. Take your time.
Yeah. I'm going to say that given the... I guess, what's your intention? Are you trying to just rip the bag open? Or are you trying to knock it free?
My intention is we have a bag of holding. I'm an expert in Arcana. I think I am aware that if we rip this bag, all of its contents burst free. That is my goal. I want to rip this bag so its contents burst free.
Okay. In that case, I will say that it's a very small target in an armored hand. It's going to be high AC, but you can absolutely take a shot at it. It is also a magical weapon. Do you have any... Is your weapon magic?
No, and I don't believe I have a way to make it magic, so it'll be non-magical.
Okay. It'll be tough. It's going to have some resistances. I'll say it's got 10 hit points. With cover, it'll have 21 AC.
Understood. This all sounds incredibly fair. Basically fishing for a crit anyway. Here we go. Oh, that's real good!
Does hit. It's got 5 hit points left.
Dang.
You tear a
Why
big
did you
seam.
build?
You see a bunch of the cloth kind of fray as your knife cuts into it.
That's all I've got.
Alrighty. Now the rest of its turn.
Oh boy.
Kohaku.
Wow. We're just gonna go hog wilds.
It's attacking you, I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
It is going to make a reckless attack on you.
Okay, do it, dum dum. About to flurry of blows you. The worst possible thing you could try.
Ooh.
Okay. Deals 16 points of piercing, or slashing, piercing, and necrotic damage.
He's fine.
That's its turn currently.
What?
That'll bring us to Nara.
It does so much damage.
Okay, so it hasn't taken off yet? It's still on the ground?
No, it is 50 feet in the air
Fuck.
with Kohaku on its back.
Yep.
Okay. Get the fuck back here. Can I see the bag? And does Nara know if like what Jupe was trying to do before? Like, does he know that like if we destroy the bag of holding or whatever it is, like, would that be bad? Good?
Alistair's got a bag of holding. I think it's fair that you guys would have some understanding of it as a group. So yeah, you would have the same rules for it. So if you want to try and take a shot at it, it's 21 AC, and it'll have resistance. But if you can hit it, potentially free it. That being said, it is also now 50 feet in the air, and whether it continues to hold on to Nico or Nico drops is kind of like, could be a coin flip.
Yep. Yeah, he's gonna try his best to aim for the bag.
Alrighty.
There we go.
Oh, hell yeah.
20 just misses.
No.
15 also misses, unfortunately.
What, was it reckless?
The beast was reckless. The bag is not.
That's fair.
Yeah.
All right.
And attack the beast.
I guess just with his movement, he's gonna. How tall is this tree?
It probably goes up about 20 feet at its highest. It's not super tall. Like, it's a cherry tree, so.
Okay. Yeah. He'll be right here, and then basically just try and track it whichever direction it goes to. He'll try and run after it.
Alright. Sounds good. Alistair.
Okay, Alistair knows how magic works. Which would have a better odds of working? Reducing the size of the big creature so that Kohaku weighs it down, or shooting it with the bag with Scorching Ray?
Oh my god.
Don't hit the bag. Don't hit the bag.
Don't hit the bag. We corrected
established, like,
meta knowledge.
Okay.
if you destroy the bag, it'll throw everything in the astral plane.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think of those two options, you think that shrinking this thing would be the most efficient. However, it's also going to be the most difficult because this thing is probably pretty resistant.
What if I make Kohaku bigger?
That would probably be your better option.
Okay.
Yeah.
You think this
Big
thing could still this thing could still potentially wrestle him
Buddy.
away? Like, it's just this thing is massive and just like super muscular by comparison to Kohaku. But a big bunk on your back is going to make flying difficult.
Okay.
So,
I need to get. Oh God, the range on this is so bad.
yeah. Unfortunately, Enlarge Reduces pretty short range.
How light is a homunculus, and can I chuck it up into the air?
I mean,
They're a tiny creature.
they are a tiny creature. You have established that a goldfish is a little bit of a goo thing. I kind of feel like throwing goldfish it suffers a bit of the issue of like throwing a beach ball.
But what if he's in the teacup? The teacup would have a normal weight.
That's fair. That's a very valid point. I would say throwing a teacup is like you could throw a dagger, so probably 20, 60 at disadvantage, and then if you're
Okay.
throwing it beyond 20, it'll be like inaccurate and I'll have like a scatter or something.
Okay. So if I threw him, would that be my attack action then? Is that what we're saying?
It's
Because that would defeat.
It's-
Like I wouldn't be able
Right.
to cast Enlarge after I threw him that way, which is what I'm trying to do.
I would say you could chuck him about 15 feet just freely. And if you're going to try and like really whip him, you'll need to use an action.
Okay. And they're like 50 plus feet in the air at this point.
Exactly 50 feet in the air.
Okay. I'm 5 feet short. Well, I guess I'm 5 foot tall, right? So if I throw him 15 feet up, he'd be 20 feet up.
Yeah, and also the first floor of this that you're standing on currently is about 5 feet higher than this ground.
Okay.
It was actually 45 feet up from where you're standing.
Okay. Sorry, I'm thinking here. Let's see if I'd throw him 15 feet.
All good. There's a lot going on. It's a
Yeah.
tense situation.
I'm just trying to see if I throw him diagonally from this window where he'd end up at, if he's within 30 feet of Kohaku or not. Pythagoras. Why? Okay, I'm gonna try to throw him from here. But should I just use an attack roll and we'll treat it like a dagger? You said.
Yeah. Are you just trying to throw him as far as you can?
Yep, as close as I can to here, so I can cast a spell with him.
All right. Give me just an attack roll with your strength.
Okay.
It's not super high DC because you're not trying to hit an active target. You're just trying to hit a location.
Can I use my dex instead of strength?
No, only
No?
because
Okay.
it's a teacup. It's not really
That's
designed
fair.
to be thrown.
That's fair. Nope.
Oh no!
So you're still able to get the distance. It's just going to scatter a bit.
Okay.
So I want you to roll a D8 and a D20.
Roll low. That's low.
Okay. Yeah, so he just lands about 5 feet. He lands kind of right next to Nara, essentially.
Okay. But up in the air. Cool.
But up in the air, like above Nara.
Okay. I think that's close enough that I should be able to cast Enlarge. The range on that's only 30 feet.
Yeah. I think Goldfish can also move.
Oh yeah, Goldfish has 40 feet of movement speed. Yep, that's a thing.
Goldfish can fly, right?
Yeah, he can just scoot
Have
up.
him move. Okay, cool. And then I'll enlarge Kohaku.
Oh, he could have just flown the entire time.
Yeah, I forgot he has a fly speed because I'm smart.
These things happen.
Kohaku, you're a large bunny.
Yes. Finally, my dream come true.
You're doubled in all dimensions.
Hey.
Even
Except for
time.
Venus.
Yep.
Tabaxi. What does he do?
To
Oh, that
cast
guy's still
Enlarge
there.
Reduce, by the way, Goldfish just kind of tossed a cookie and it hit the back of your throat.
Hell yeah.
Pwah.
Say
Yeah,
eat me
pwah.
on it.
It says eat me on it. Yep.
Love it.
People are so much more willing to take potions if you put them into cookies.
He throws a dagger up at you, Kohaku.
Catch it and stab the thing with it. Do it.
You're just giving him a dagger.
Take 6 piercing damage.
I could catch it, but I think I need the rest of my key for flurries.
That's
You don't
fair.
need to use a key if you don't throw it. You can cast it as a reaction,
Yeah.
but
Oh,
throwing
sure.
it costs a key.
Oh, okay. I'll just knock it off out of the way with my reaction.
Alright.
Yeah. I think your minimum roll will.
I was gonna
block
say your
that
monk
damage.
level should do it.
Oh, I didn't program it.
And then he runs.
There we go. Yeah, no damage.
1d10. Yeah.
He's dead. Choop.
Oh boy.
Yeah, the very minimum roll.
This thing is 50 feet up?
Yeah.
That is so high.
You can get about 15 feet up in this tree, like, safely.
Sure.
All the other branches are just going to be too scrawny to hold you.
Right. No, that is totally fine. Push 10 feet away. No, that won't be any good. I think, and I loathe doing this, but I think it is the right call. Jupiter is going to chill. He's going to recharge his legs, and he is going to call out, "Give it to me! Get it to me! Throw it down!" And he's going to ready an action to wild shape if at any point he holds the bag of holding.
Okay,
But that is all I can do for now.
cool. Nibutani is going to come over here. God, bitch, you are supposed to be cool.
She was so cool until she started swinging.
It's true. She really just needs to sit around giving orders.
Owning a sword
It's-
does not make you good at it.
It's fine. That's what GG is for.
You're right. That is
GG's
what
been saying
GG's
that.
for. Shit, GG.
God, just this ravenous fox right behind me, killing other people, not me.
This
Right next to my face.
comes over. This bastard is alive by the skin of his teeth.
Holy
Uh,
shit, hit it once. It's okay, Anne is there.
Well, Anne hasn't been doing great.
Well, she is old.
Toshi
She's
can
helped
finish him
me.
off.
That's been great.
Yeah.
That'll bring us to Kohaku.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, now we go ape.
More like Harry Kong, right?
Hey.
Hey. Give him a good thumping.
Your attacks have an extra D4 to them.
True.
And an extra d4 to them.
I'm gonna burn a key. I've got 2 main attacks and then 2 offhand, and they're all gonna be unarmed. 1, 2, 3, 4. They should all be advantage because they reckless.
Sure.
Because you're on top of it.
Sure.
Which means that's a crit.
Crit.
Please.
17 does just hit.
Rapidly just taps his foot.
Yep, I am upside down. I have grabbed its body with both hands, and I am smashing its jaw with my foot.
Hell yeah.
God.
Like how
That's pretty
Thumper
cool.
does.
There's extra crit.
You know, Thumper,
Some-
known for his brutal murdering of people.
Yeah.
So, is somebody adding this up, or should I? Let me add it up.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay,
Oh, it's nearly down.
Oh my god, you almost got it.
He's still up though.
that's the problem. So because it's not up, we fly another 50 feet up, and then I die.
No, you have a reaction to lower
I'm
your...
out of stuff. Yeah, I can negate a lot.
But you can slow fall a little bit.
Yeah, you're a monk. You don't care about fall damage.
You can slow fall. That doesn't use a key. Just your action.
I mean, slow fall only gets you so far.
It
We'll see.
does. Yeah.
Also, it used to be you could only do it if you had a wall to slide on, but
Yeah.
keep forgetting the slow
Alright.
fall is like a parachute now.
All right, 2 more of these kind of goons come out from the balcony. Are going to aim crossbows up at you, Kohaku, and take 2 shots.
Oh, crud. Yeah, I don't have action search yet. Okay, never mind.
A reaction, anyway. You have your 1 reaction back. Oh!
Ooh.
No,
Okay,
miss.
we're
You
gonna try
might
to deflect that.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes,
good
yes,
luck.
yes.
Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and deflect that.
Let's see what
Um,
damage.
Does 16 hit you?
No.
The 16 does not hit.
It's deflect an 11.
Oh my god, you could kill with this.
He throws it, but he needs the
10
key.
plus
For what?
4 plus.
This will be the second cool finishing move you've done lately.
Oh my god, you got
Oh!
Just
Yes.
barely.
Woo! You caught it. You can throw it if you
it. You
want,
can
or
spin the
just
key to
drop
throw it right
Yeah.
now if you want.
I am absolutely gonna
Hell
do that.
yeah.
You have to. When
You
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 have
are
to.
next to a
Right,
you
you
are
gotta.
next to a hostile, so it is a disadvantage.
Yeah.
But you could kill it right
I was
now.
Isn't
gonna
it
say,
normal
you can just
because
brain
it's
him.
it's normal because he was reckless?
It's normal, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. It's reckless.
And because you're on top of it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
Yeah.
do a bow attack, and we'll see what happens with the attack roll.
Yeah,
It's
no.
It's a 14.
It's 14. 14.
14.
Oh, damn shame.
You jam the arrow into this thing's spiny arm, and the arrow just snaps. Or I guess it's bolt, but
So close.
So close.
Look at
you
that
had,
arrow.
you had to try.
You have to try.
Yeah, it was gonna be cool.
Mhm.
Stein, and you just make a death save.
Oh my god.
Ooh,
No.
man.
Disadvantage?
Yeah.
Can I turn advantage and disadvantage on in this? It's weird. Let me see.
No, you just have to roll them.
Oh, here, I think I can roll 2. Yeah, roll 2d20.
Why is he
There you
making
go.
death saves? I thought I fixed it.
Yeah, I don't like this. That's good.
11. 1 success.
Cool. These guys are dead. They don't need them on initiative. Anne is going to try and finish this guy off. Please, Anne.
And.
Atta girl.
And I got 1 failure, 1 success.
All right. Sheesh.
Okay. Take a shot up at the winged man. 15 hit?
15 misses.
About a 16.
16 does hit.
Oh, is 11 enough?
11 is enough. It is going
Nice.
to use its Defy Death to drop to 1 hit point.
Oh no.
Oh,
Aw, fucker.
So to bonus action, like offhand throw a knife. Do I have had to use my main action to attack with a knife?
With a light weapon.
You
yeah.
would have had to have a light weapon.
Okay, you're right. So I can't take 2 shots and then throw a knife.
Right.
Okay.
All right. I don't think we're going to see if this makes the difference. Toshigumi is dealing with stuff.
Toshi.
Toshi. All right. This thing.
I have,
No,
to,
I-
I have to fish for one thing real quick. This thing doesn't happen to be undead, does it?
No.
Okay.
I actually fucked up a thing with it. But we're here now, so it's fine. It is going to, it's going to keep flying up 40 feet, and
That would trigger an opportunity attack from Goldfish. He has the homunculus bite.
Can he attack his homunculus?
It's in the stat block.
I guess
I'm
he-
not-
Yeah, I guess he's not like he doesn't have standard familiar
Yeah, he's not a
rules, so-
familiar.
Sure.
Oh my god, if he gets the kill, I'm gonna be so excited. +4.
Oh, oops. Okay, let's see.
D20 plus 4. He's reckless?
That's a
17.
Yeah. Roll
Seven-
again in case of crit.
17 does hit. Yeah, he doesn't get advantage.
Oh, it's not.
It's okay. He only takes 1 point of piercing and then needs to make a DC 15 con save to be poisoned.
I mean, 1 point should do it.
He is immune to poison damage and
Okay.
the poison condition.
So the bite does 1 damage though.
Bite does 1 damage.
One piercing damage. Ooh.
He is going to. Oh shoot! I forgot to think. God, I've forgotten so much with this
It's okay.
thing.
New boss.
Um, I'm sorry. I had
There's a lot going on.
7 stat blocks this fight at least.
You got a lot to work with.
Kohaku. You do take 8 more points of damage as you punched into this thing. It did kind of backhand you
Oh,
in
okay.
flight. Yeah.
Oh my god, does it work?
Sort of. I'm so upset with myself. It's fine.
Why? Upset.
It was supposed to have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage.
All
Oh,
right,
shit.
it's raging.
So it-
yeah,
It should have had like almost twice the hit points. It's fine.
that makes sense.
We're here now.
We're here.
Goldfish bites this thing in its eyes.
Yes!
It begins to drop. I need.
Does it crush my body?
It's probably not going to crush your body, but it might crush Kohaku.
Get off
Rude.
it, Kohaku. Ah, you did just use your reaction. I don't think you can reduce the full damage.
It is true. So Kohaku, you do take 20 points of bludgeoning damage as you are crushed underneath this thing.
Oh god.
25.
Slams down.
That doesn't matter.
Oh no.
No, someone help him!
Does my rated action to try to snatch the bag do anything?
I mean, nobody's handed you the bag. It's still like in this thing's meaty claw and just like slams it to the ground. It's just holding there. That's a problem. All right, that brings us to Nara.
Nara instantly runs over to him, starts like trying to snatch the bag out of his hands. Yeah.
Yeah, you pry these massive meaty fingers away, pull the bag free.
Use my action to interact with the bag, trying to like find
Yeah.
Nico inside.
Yeah, you are able to open it up, and Nico comes spilling out.
Oh, praise the gods. Jesus. Clutches Nico. And God,
Kaku.
I just I just stashed this bag, like, just to get rid of it.
All right. Okay. Well then. There are two more goons up on the balconies, but the guards come over and deal with them.
Yay.
I need to go and actually grab a thing real quick.
I'm scared.
Good luck.
So I will be back in just a moment. Figure out what happens next.
I'm scared.
Do we have potions?
I don't know. You guys have potions.
I have one potion of healing. I've also still got mana for healing, but right now she's just like, does my healing work?
Oh, I do also have I have a potion of healing for if we need it.
I can do some healing.
It says I have 0 potion of healing, but I had it listed, so it means I've used it all up. I think Kohaku needs it first, right?
You've already got some health. It just isn't working for
Yeah,
some reason.
we don't know what's going on with you.
I'm pretty. My concern is I'm still making deaths.
I think she should use his Spare the Dying to stabilize him. Maybe that would still work.
I will
Squirts
try.
more blood out.
Yeah, if I see he's still making death saves, I will try that. It seems like.
Okay. He is stable. I do need Stein to make a couple more death saves at disadvantage.
That's not what stable means, though.
Just trust me.
Outwardly, he's stable. This is what I imagine.
He's not. He's not going to die. This is for
Okay.
something else.
What?
Oh no.
Well, something's gonna happen.
Okay.
That's 2 failures. That's 3 failures.
Yeah, it's 3 failures.
Perfect. I need you.
Uh-oh.
I need you to roll a d20.
Just a flat D20. Okay. Hey. Oh no! What if she's just right?
I am worried that he might be. Yeah.
Oh, why couldn't the other one have died?
A little rude, but you know, I kind of agree.
True.
I wish I had thought of that. That is actually a much cleverer thing than what I was doing.
Oh no! What are you doing?
I should switch to that. That would be more fun. Okay, you guys wake up, or Stein, you eventually kind of come to, and it's so hard to breathe.
That's the thing I said happen.
Yes.
It-
I mean, that is a character
Yeah.
choice up to you.
Right. Yeah, so gasping for air. It kind of sits up, covers his face.
I need you to make a Constitution save.
Oh my gosh.
Uh,
10.
10 is exactly what you needed. As you take a gasp of air, you breathe in and you feel just this piercing pain in your chest, and you nearly black out again.
Oh fuck.
You
Hey.
can tell that you have several broken ribs.
Hey, take it easy, champ.
The
Yeah.
fuck happened?
I assume
No,
one of
don't
you
yell,
goes.
don't yell, don't yell.
He screams.
Make another con save.
Yeah. Shit, where's my sheet?
Yeah, he managed to stay awake. Kind of have to swallow and choke down your voice.
Hey, relax. You're in bad shape. You're going to be fine, but be still. Hold still. Jupa's looking over his shoulder at Kohaku and Alistair and Sheesh.
I got it.
Oh.
You guys administer some treatment, some magically healing and stuff. You get the sense that his injuries are too severe to be healed magically this way.
Oh, it's Kohaku. Sorry.
Oh, for
Oh,
Kohaku,
that's exciting.
perfect, even
Yeah.
better. Kohaku, you do get back up. Your injuries are not nearly as bad.
Oh, fantastic.
But yeah, Shisha, especially as a great cleric, you can tell that Stain has very serious internal injuries, and any of the magic that you guys have access to is not going to be able to fix that. It'll be a little preventative. It'll help it from getting worse, but he needs extended rest. Like, it's going to take time for this to heal.
A week.
Probably more.
A month.
Who can say?
Looking around, all of the other cultists have been dealt with, right?
As far as you can tell, yes.
Fuck. Jupiter does look up to Sheesh. Do we go after him? Your man.
Except he's just out of the frame, catching his breath.
He's actually just 5 feet off of the map currently.
He's like braced up against a tree, like, jeez.
Oh, my
Shut-
fucking knees.
I shouldn't have eaten the last calason. No, Sheesh does like look toward the tree line, but he's like, no, we have bigger things here.
Who the fuck was that?
The man who cut off my goddamn finger,
All right.
and a lot of worse things. Well, I'll give you an actual explanation later, I promise.
Sure. Fuck. Where do we go? Where's safe?
Are you asking me?
I don't know. We need to get to an apothecary, a hospital. He's not good. I'm out of juice. We need to get him somewhere.
Kohaku, would your lady friend that I would probably remember the name of, but I forgot, Talon? No. This one.
In
Whoever that was.
between,
Yep, her.
it won't be free.
Well, I don't think it's going to be free wherever we go, really.
Yeah, could be worth a shot.
Figured she would have access to good healers at least.
Jupiter does kind of look down to Stein. And he's like, okay, don't say anything. Keep your breath. Don't talk. Your ribs are fucked up. But who are you? Which guy are you? Are you the good guy? And he gives a thumbs up, or the other guy? And he gives a thumb down.
The fuck's that supposed to... Ah!
All right, You're the bad guy. Cool.
You.
I know. You too. Very sweet. We're gonna take care of you. Don't worry about it.
I figured he was just gonna flip you off.
Can't raise his arm.
I would have done it.
He is wearing his visor again.
Shit. Did they take anything else? Do we have everything we need?
I'm gonna go look at that pawn corpse.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you see a weird kind of suit of metal that has been dented in a couple of places and the head kicked off, but it's a familiar looking sight.
Nothing inside, of course.
Yeah, totally empty. It's completely hollow inside.
Would this fit in a bag of holding?
You would have to like twist it a little bit, but you could probably stuff it in.
Okay, I want to study it later, not here, so I'm gonna shove it in my bag. And the head's over here.
Yeah.
It's not a real person. It's not weird if I keep it in my bag.
What's wrong with keeping real people in bags?
Breathing.
Real zombie people.
They don't need to breathe. Is it comfortable? Is it like a Pokeball? Squish?
Definitely not. As Nico can attest. Gigi and Nibutani will come over to you as you're kind of packing this thing into your bag of holding.
Oh, hi. You know, just academic research. I'll figure out how this thing works.
I believe my own people will need to study it as well. Perhaps we can study it together.
Yeah, okay. I can carry it there. I think we're going to go visit you later anyway, right?
No time like the present. Please allow me to formally extend an invitation to you and your companions.
Cool. Works for me. Do you have any healers in your employ by any chance that could look at our friend here? He's a little fucked up.
I have several doctors.
I thought you might. Cool. Okay. Guys, I found doctors.
Alright. Jupe is out there. He is lit up some Fathom Salve, and he's like doing puff pass with Stein, or with Stain.
Okay.
And he's also
blowing it this way.
Yeah, pretty much.
No, you have to blow it right into his mouth. It's called shotgun.
Don't cough it. Don't cough. Come on. But he's also setting up like a chest brace for him to cover his ribs as best as he can.
Cool. Yeah.
This is some good shit. What is this?
Stain, give me a con save.
Oh no.
Don't fight it.
Okay.
Okay.
The Fathom Salve does take some effect, and it does help the pain, but it is not so much that you block it out entirely, which could be detrimental because you want some level of pain receptor.
Yeah. I want to know if it's fatal.
Right, like you don't want to start being like, oh, I feel great, and start screaming and shouting and taking deep breaths, and then something pierces your lung and you die.
Yep.
But you do know that it's... But yeah, the pain is dulled enough that it's manageable. You're not at risk of kind of like passing out from the pain at this point, while still maintaining some awareness of breathe small, shallow breaths. Don't breathe heavy. Don't speak above a whisper. Like you become very aware of the situation and you stay very still.
This fucking sucks.
Yeah, I know it does. Yeah, just hold still, hold still.
What happened?
We'll tell you everything about it. You were very heroic. It was very brave.
That doesn't sound like me.
You'd be surprised. He's gotten a lot better.
Opie.
Huh?
You get no response.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Gigi comes over with Nubutani, and Nubutani says, "We'll take him to my manor to have him looked at by the doctors there. Gigi, treat him as delicately as you would a flower." And Gigi comes over and kind of like sniffs at you, Stain, and very gingerly, people are able to pick you up and put you onto Gigi's back. And Gigi begins to kind of bound off, like leaping through the air, and flies off towards the manor.
Oh, so graceful.
That's cool. He's gonna have to tell me how that was, because that looks neat. I guess he's in pain, though, so it's a little less neat.
I'd scream, but this is not... but...
Kind of a bad idea.
But yeah, this didn't go how I wanted it to, or how I expected. So,
Less
yeah,
the
you
dice.
guys, yeah, I mean, dice and also me fucking up some mechanics.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I did get a couple of things that I wanted out of it, so it all works out. You guys eventually go. Nibutani is able to take you. Her guards go, and she takes. You guys have to wait for probably like a good 30 minutes or so, as Nibutani kind of like makes sure what the fuck is happening with Toshikuni and all the other people here and the guards. But after delegating some work, her two guards and the rest of you follow in tow and begin to make your way to Ibutani's manor, if you wish. The invitation is open to you, at least.
I think that's probably the best idea, unless you guys object.
No.
Yeah, I'll go.
I've already been abducted, so I don't get a say.
Then yeah, you guys are brought over to this manor. It's a lovely, like Japanese-style palace. Tons of servants, and everything is decorated immaculately. There are people moving about constantly. It's like its own little like pocket city. Weirdly, everybody's dressed very refined, which is in stark contrast to all of you who are now like heavily beaten up, and a couple of you far worse than the others. Yeah,
I'm still dressed immaculately. This isn't
Me
my
too.
blood.
That's fair. Several of you do look pretty great.
Yeah, I didn't take a single hit during that fight either. I feel kind of
I
bad.
look wonderful.
Yeah. But yeah, you get there. You were offered a bath and accommodations, that sort of thing. If you wish to go and clean yourselves up, Nibutani goes and to make herself more presentable after all of this. A couple of the servants there come and help you out and offer you refreshments and food, and you're kind of like tended to like royalty for probably a good hour or two. Throughout this time, you guys see no hide nor hair of Stain. But eventually, unless there's something specific you guys want to do in that time, after you guys get settled a little bit, you are brought to a chamber where a doctor comes out and explains the situation to you all. So, your crass friend is He has 4 broken ribs, as best I can tell, and a fracture in the spinal column. We'll have to sit and rest for, by my estimate, 3 weeks.
Oof. Well, it could be worse. At least he's okay.
We'll spend our time applying whatever medical treatment we can.
Do you
But
have you have magical healing on the premises? I assume.
of course,
All right. I'm happy to help with that if you need.
this is very severe. The magical healing that we are able to provide is good for bumps, bruises, minor restorative. This is deeply beyond whatever magic we could fully heal, at least quickly. A steady regimen will help speed up the process. And if he had to heal naturally, this could take at least 2 months by my estimate. We can push it down to 3. Trying to accelerate it beyond that would risk severe damage to his body.
Sure.
But you're all welcome to see him. He's resting. We have him bandaged up at the moment.
Yeah, no, of course.
You guys go in and you can see Stein's been like fully like mummified in a cast, like upper torso and chest to prevent him from moving. It's still
restless legs.
Yeah, it's super hard to breathe, but they've given you some additional sedatives and stuff, and you're feeling a little loopy, but not too bad.
They gave me some kind of powder. It kind of works.
Yeah, they're taking good care of you, it looks like. It sounds like you might be in here a while. You, doing alright?
What does it look like?
Looks like you're alive.
What happened?
What's the last thing you remember?
Thinks back. Then he thinks back. Then he thinks back. Racist monkeys.
Oh, that's not too bad, actually. We explored a temple in there. It went a little weird. When we got out, we did the pit. That also went a little weirdly. Talon was in danger. The other guy was very heroic and saved her. The city was attacked by cultists. They had a hat at first, and then again, they had a weird creature at the auction. They also had a pawn from the Red Queen down south in Merveille.
North.
North? Is that north?
Yeah.
Am I
Very
crazy?
north.
Northeast, I
Yeah.
think.
I thought that was way to the southeast. Okay, just kidding.
Nope, super northeast.
Far north.
Shit, I'm gonna have to see a world map later, but we'll wait till later. There's been a lot. I kind of like fill him in on like the, we think that there's this mining operation. We think the Red Queen is involved with it. There's clearly some affiliation. We saw that Giuseppe was there, and sheesh, abandoned, chasing him down to help save you and to save Nico.
Who the fuck's Giuseppe?
Yeah, we don't really know a ton, except that it's the guy that took Sheesh's finger, and Jupiter looks over to Sheesh to see if Sheesh wants to volunteer more information.
You can't see it, but I'm raising a brow.
He's a real bastard of a man.
Is he with the cult?
I don't think so. I'm honestly not sure what he was doing there, and he was very rude in not answering my question when I asked him.
My inclination is that he wasn't really part of it, or at least he wasn't in on the plan, because he nearly broke his ankle trying to get out of there. Seems like he was trying to slither off unseen.
That was the guy gambling hall, yeah?
Yeah.
The guy rich?
You did pretty well.
What?
You did pretty well.
No, Giuseppe.
He's asking if Giuseppe is rich.
Oh.
I don't think he used to be, but I have a reason to believe he might be now. You remember our friend Bono?
Yeah. No.
I'm gonna gesture to the rest of the group. I'm not really sure what any of this means, but in his ledger there's a couple of entries where he met with my friend Giuseppe, and it seems Giuseppe sold him a couple of things for a very large sum of gold. I don't know if that's related at all to what he was doing here.
I think he was just doing what rich people do, wasting their money.
Did the ledger say what he bought? Or sold?
He was selling, I think it was like Formula A and Formula B, and he sold it on 2 separate occasions to Bono.
This is breast milk?
Yeah.
Yep, baby formula. Exactly what he's selling.
Without getting into a long-winded my own theory while doing the sheesh voice also, because I'm tired and I don't feel like I'm doing it well today. I think that it was the same stuff that was in those like vials that we found in that one caravan, and that we also found or heard might have been on Bono's boat.
Yeah, that tracks. Possibly being mixed together to make that weird serum that they sold.
Yep.
That guy injected himself with and then got big and fought us, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and
yeah.
I think I remember it. It seemed like a similar sort of transformation to what this guy was doing, but like more so. Like,
Yeah.
so maybe Formula B is this. It makes you a dragon man. And maybe that's why they want to capture more dragons. They
Certainly makes sense.
Was that the dead thing?
Dead thing.
Yeah, the dead thing.
Bony dragon.
Yeah.
We're not entirely sure what that thing was. Thinking back though, did it have like the appropriate big claw and foot to have been the thing that broke into the house?
Yes.
Yeah, we do think.
Based on the damage that you saw dealt to the casino, that was very similar.
Gotcha. Yeah, we're pretty sure that whatever that thing is, it's working with the cult and it wanted to steal some stuff from Aniyuki.
Hey, we caught the culprit for Annie.
Sure did. For lucky, maybe we'll get
That was money?
compensated. Oh yeah, we did get paid for the pit. We got paid handsomely, actually. I think you gave all yours away immediately.
What the fuck?
You're gonna have to talk to the other guy for that.
Come on.
We tried. He's very insistent on giving everything away all the time.
Yeah, we did actually try. You might be able to talk to Lady Taylor, and I think that's where it all went.
Take money from her. She alright?
Yeah, she seems to be doing well. Well, we should check in with her. She wasn't there. She was at the tavern, I think. Or Aniyuki's place, maybe?
Aniyuki's place.
Yuki's place.
Yeah, we're still waiting to hear from her, and also from Teru, who we think was hiding up near the pit after the attack.
Wait, you're saying she's at Annie's place, the place that was broken in with the paper doors?
I mean, with Annie.
Why not Annie with you?
Yeah, I mean, I assume Annie went home afterwards.
Yeah, she would have headed back.
But yes, you're right. She was left there unattended for a couple hours while we were at the casino, and while the cult was also at the casino.
Why are they called fish sticks instead of fish fingers?
I don't know. I
Fish
don't
don't
like
got
it.
no fingers.
Well, chicken don't have fingers either, but you don't call them chicken sticks.
They do have fingers. Well,
Fish don't have
toes.
dicks either. Yeah, it's true.
Well, they're not called fish dicks, Kohaku. And fish do have dicks, for the record. They're called claspers.
It's true.
So wait, who was the pretty lady?
Nibatani. She's the one who's hosting us. She is the lord of this region. She helped fight against the cultists.
Holy shit, a big wig.
Yeah, she's a bigwig. I think she's
That's
got
where we are?
Yeah, that's where we are now. I think she's got some beef with Kohaku and vice versa, but we're settling it.
Oh yeah, we're supposed to go study that pawn.
Beef.
I should probably do that at some point.
What beef Kohaku got with her?
Probably her pussy.
No.
Yeah, beef curtains.
Guys.
I'm sorry.
Ah, it hurts.
No, nobility stuff, you know, the succession for the throne and all that.
Right.
Anyway, don't repeat that in front of the doctors. They do work for her.
She's nice. She's cool. She got a cool fox.
She does have a cool fox.
You got fire
That fox
legs
is
and 3 tails.
Terrifying.
They're saying you're probably going to be in here for about 3 weeks. You need us to get you anything?
And you got somewhere to be.
Boy. Yeah, Jupiter doesn't even try to hide it. He's like, yeah. I guess it can wait 2 more weeks.
Really?
Ugh.
I figured this was it. See you around.
I mean, if you're looking to get rid of us.
You got places to go, don't you?
Well, here's the thing. I think Lady Talon also needs to go there. And I'm sure that she won't leave until the other guy leaves, which means I think we're all kind of stuck together for a bit.
Unable to comprehend this shit.
I will be fine. We've got all the time in the world.
He looks specifically at Jupe. Alright.
Just don't do anything stupid. Get yourself stuck in here any longer, alright?
He just kind of folds one leg over the other. And is like, I ain't gonna know.
You can't. You're in a full body cast.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you sure aren't going anywhere.
I
You
thought it was
better
just
not
an
go.
up. I thought it was just an upper body cast.
It's just your torso, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have only the
It's-
legs.
Torso, and then left arm is in a splint, but it's mostly just strained. It's not really like broken or anything.
You look like a little football player with your big padding on.
Yeah, pretty much.
Big fat. Oh yeah, the fucking shoulder pad.
Yeah,
the
it's just
shoulder
like a
pads.
football pads.
Yeah, things are kind of weird. Trophy ain't saying anything.
Yeah. So what's the deal with Atropos? Who is that? Why does Lady Talon know about him?
What? How much did... Ow.
Everything, so you should repeat it all for us.
Trophy?
No answer.
Come on, man, don't leave me. He doesn't look like he's putting on a tough guy facade at this point. He just looks kind of scared and a little lost. Well, what do you know?
We know he's been with you for a while. We know he's important to you. We know he's in your head. Sorry, out of character, I'm checking my notes. We know that you ran into him at the cathedral. That something happened and he helped you. A long time ago. Is that what just happened? Again?
He squints. What happened?
You were dead to rights, my friend. You were about to be crumpled like paper. The other guy was, anyway. and something took over you, raised a hand, and stopped this thing, and then you dropped. It was not some brave last stand. It was not adrenaline coursing through your muscles. It was some sort of magic. We healed you and you didn't wake up.
I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't hear him no more.
What is he?
It was the only one that wouldn't leave. All right. Tropy's my friend. All that matters. He's gone.
Jupiter kind of looks around to everyone else and then back down. Maybe it's temper. I don't know. I'm not going to fill you with false platitudes. I don't know what's going on. But I hope for your sake that he is not gone forever. And if he is, I hope you remember him well. He did this to keep you alive. That's worth something.
He kind of nudges his head a little so the visor falls over his eye. And like snot starts dribbling out of his nose.
Alright, alright. You need some alone time.
Nod.
Alright, Jupiter will pat him on the chest gently and start to walk out.
You guys are able to give Stain a couple minutes to himself. Stain, if there's anything you think about in that moment or do.
He just every now and then tries to see if Tropy answers. And then he's like, I just need to sleep. I gotta rest. I'm tired. He'll be back in the morning. It'll be fine. He tries to sleep.
Lay down. Try and pass out. As for the rest of you, what do you do with the evening? It has been a long-ass day for all of you. Nibutani has rooms available for you. She is open to speak, but recommends speaking in the morning after you all have had a rest. You already had a big show at the pit, and then with everything that has happened at the casino, she's very accommodating and understands that you all probably need some time to sleep and process first.
Jupiter spends a long time in the bath, and then he gets dressed and probably has a couple more drinks and another couple of hits of Fathom Salve, because it has been a long-ass day. Is there, like, I don't know, a clock or a calendar, or even just a balcony with stars would be fine, I guess.
Yeah. It's a balcony that you can find and look out at the stars.
That's cool. He will go out there for a while and kind of grab just a little bag of sand. I'll spill it on... Oh, yep. Go.
I will say that stars are a little hard to see. It is still raining, like drizzling out.
Oh, true. Is there like an overhang enough to keep myself dry at least?
Yeah, they have there's a very nice, actually, like, I can't remember what, there's an official name for it, but it's essentially kind of like a porch.
Okay, yes.
With an overhang that kind of wraps around huge portions of it and goes around this like inner courtyard. With like this beautiful like rock garden, and there's a bunch of bamboo. It's very like beautifully tended to, and you kind of just sit out there. There's a couple of little lights flickering, and it's very kind of peaceful and tranquil.
Okay. In spite of it having been a long day, it looks like he's having trouble getting to sleep, so he eventually goes out there to try to wind down a bit by just pouring some sand out, sitting down in front of it, and doing his weird little sand doodles until eventually he gets tired enough to pass out.
Does he pass out in the sand doodles, or does he go back in?
No, I assume he finds a bed somewhere.
Okay.
Okay. Head
Eventually.
back in. Nara,
Yeah.
what do you and Nico get up to?
Bandages?
He's actually Teru is still on his mind. He goes around and asks everyone if I know it's been a long day and everyone's like fucking, you know, pretty much used up, but like Teru might still be in trouble. He might still be in the pit.
I'll go help look.
Can I come with as well?
Yeah, same.
It's been an
Okay.
exciting day, but I'm fine.
All right.
Extremely long day.
The four of you are able to go grab some umbrellas and start to wander out.
I put on my frog mask.
Excellent. As you guys start to head and look around the pit again, you guys do end up finding Teru, who is standing next to a broken building,
Huh?
which you guys recognize, and he's just kind of standing under a small overhang, staring at the street.
Teru, are you alright?
Just turns. And he's just got this like weirdly flat expression on his face, but he gives you a nod. He's got the little like silver raven with him, which he'll eventually get back to you guys.
Got a place to stay if you want to come with us. Sorry we left you in all the chaos earlier.
Yeah. Yeah. He came. He took him away now. And he'll come with you guys back to the manor.
What's wrong, Teru?
I know it's not your fault, but I just thought you were going to protect him.
Nara's head turns down.
Alistair shivers in the rain a little bit and looks away from Teru. There was a lot going on there too. I know I'm making excuses, but
No,
we did what we could.
It's okay. It's not like I was any help.
You weren't even there. What do you mean? You couldn't have helped.
Yeah, he just kind of stays quiet. Follows you guys back to the palace, and after a little bit of talking with the guards, you guys are let in and head up, find some beds and able to settle in for the night. Nico comes over and falls asleep on your chest, Nara. He's starting to get a little bit too big to be doing that, but he does it anyways. And
Yeah. Or pats him, hugs him, but at the same time, like, his mind wanders elsewhere, and he probably doesn't get much sleep that night.
Do you feed him a scale before bed?
No, the scale is not his mind right now.
furthest thing from his mind currently. But yeah, you guys. Yeah, next morning, you guys wake up. It is still raining. It's not like pouring. It's not a heavy storm, but it is just kind of like a persistent, gentle rain. And you guys wake up early in the morning. You're all given a very nice, warm meal. There's a slight chill in the air, but the hot breakfast made by some of the best cooks in the region does help.
Roll for it.
It is not. It is still nothing compared to Shisha's magical, whatever those fish crackers are that we always forget the name
My
of.
magic fish biscuits.
Hell
Yeah.
How'd you do that?
Taiyaki?
Yeah, taiyaki.
I
They are
I
not.
keep wanting to call them takoyaki, and that's a very different thing.
They are not as good as Shisha's taiyaki, but it is still a delicious meal.
Okay.
A hearty one that just kind of helps warm you guys up in the morning. And yeah, the day is kind of yours, except for Stain, who's currently kind of bedridden.
Does he get? I imagine we like bring him breakfast.
Oh yeah, like you guys can eat breakfast wherever, and they'll come and they. Unfortunately, Stain, you don't get quite as nice a meal just because you're kind of on soft food for a little
It's
bit.
mostly mashed.
Yeah, it's all gonna be pretty soft for you currently.
Did someone chew this for me? It's like
Oh, we had it mashed.
do I at least get someone pretty to feed it to me?
Give me a D20. One high.
It's Giuseppe.
It's
Yeah.
they're just like a person. You're average, nice looking, and amiable.
How do you do that? What's this?
God, I haven't seen a You're the Man Now dog, Lincoln.
Right?
So long.
Fish get okay. Yeah, he just
What is this from?
eats quietly.
Lost.
Okay, I didn't even realize a fish biscuit was a reference to a thing.
Huh.
Huh.
Jupiter spends at least some of that first day painting on the front of Stein's dumb little chest cast.
Excellent.
Just
Can we all sign it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we'll make a party of it. Come on, let's go.
What are you guys doing?
We're decorating you. Shut up.
No, we are competing.
So like he can fight
Crap!
back. He just watches in horror.
Oh my god, Dash.
What the fuck?
Incredible.
What the fuck?
Over on
Telegram.
Telegram. I'll post it.
What the fuck is that?
That's not a dick, is it? Is it a... No.
No.
I think it's, someone put like a fake dick on
Yeah, I
it.
think somebody drew a dick. That's fine.
It looks like a cherry.
It's fine. It'll be 3 pixels on Twitch.
We put it in live discussion.
I thought the cast was wearing like big old flip flops at first, but now I realize
The
Yeah.
snowboard.
Snowboard.
Oh, is that what that is? Yep. Okay.
Dude, yeah. Did they put cast over the snowboards too?
Guess you just couldn't remove the snowboard. It was.
That broke it out.
this feels like an SSX tricky ad. It would be in like Nintendo powered.
So what does everyone draw?
Jupiter draws the scene of you like holding your hand up to the monster and the monster fucking off with its big skeletal wings or whatnot.
That's pretty cool.
It was pretty cool.
I didn't see what happened, so. Ooh. Not my best work.
Sheesh killing it over there. What's Sheesh drawn?
I imagine since he's in like a full body cast, I just like try to paint like the ends of the arm cast where his like fists would be to look like they were on fire still.
Oh, hell yeah.
The fire punch thing he did.
Oh, that's cool as shit.
Hot rod flames on the fist.
These will make you heal faster.
You know what? I believe that.
Someone had to draw a dick on here somewhere, otherwise we wouldn't be your friends, so.
Yeah, no, that's real important. We should each draw one.
Wait.
Yeah.
Not on the scales, it's ticklish.
Well, why'd you say that out loud? That was so stupid. Why?
Don't.
You can't tickle him, he's gonna squirm and break
Yeah,
something.
I'll probably break his rib or some shit.
We just have to each hold down a leg and he'll be fine.
Sweating bullets.
It's a little late for that. I would advise against not making him breathe heavily. The doctor comes in accompanied by Lady Nibutani, Anayuki, and Talon.
Oh, good. Good.
My heroes.
Talon comes over and it's like, oh my god, Stain, are you... I'm sorry, I should have been there.
It's best you weren't.
Did somebody draw a dick on you?
Like 6. I think that's a dick. Is it broken? It's at an angle.
But yours doesn't look like that?
Looks like she's like, are you the one that did that?
No, I didn't draw a dick on you.
Okay. I like the fire.
It's not real.
Okay. Yeah, no, it got dicey out there. It's better you weren't.
Jupiter does look to Talon. Did they tell you? What have they told you? Have they filled you in at all?
Just that there was an attack and that Stein got hurt really bad.
He did. He honestly is lucky to be alive, and we think that might have been the work of Atropos, who, and he just kind of looks over to Stan. You haven't heard from him, have you?
he looks a little distracted. And he's like,
Want to flip a
Okay.
coin?
yeah, let's flip a coin.
Okay.
One is yes, I hear from him. Oh no, okay, we'll do one yes and two no.
Well, one is switch, one is stay. Or one is switch, two is stay.
Oh.
Okay. He sees this. He keeps trying to look away from Taylor, trying to play her off, and eventually just like cracks form on the visor, and it shatters, and then Stain reappears. Stein.
Oh.
Hey, Stein, you okay?
He blinks. Hey, Tay, you're okay.
Uh,
Ah.
don't move. You had a rough time, apparently.
What was I in a bad part of town? Someone's vandalized me.
No.
Oh, you
Here.
can't switch back after I do that. Now I have to draw over it.
You're good. Don't move. You had a very close call. Doctors say that you're going to have to rest for a while.
How long? We have to go to the
Yeah.
front country.
It'll be about 3 weeks, they say. They're going to do their best to administer healing to you. If they don't, it could take up to 2 months or more.
Oh. I'm so dreadfully sorry.
It's not your fault. I should have been there.
No, I should have run further away. They were attacking people. People were dying. I moved without thinking. That was wrong. And then they took Nico. Is Nico alright?
She kind of looks around.
Try not to hurt him.
Oh, that's really nice.
First of all, it's good. It's good seeing you're okay. It's good seeing you're back.
I think one of my arms are free, so he just kind of pats
Yeah. It's
her
a
back.
thing, essentially a bit you kind of like at your left clavicle down into your chest. So your left arm is splinted. Your left 4 of your left ribs, upper ribs, were cracked, and then you have just like big gashes. But your right arm is mostly free. It's a little sore, but otherwise it's
Yeah.
fine.
Everyone's alright, though. Everyone came out of that just fine.
Yeah, you also see Nico as he like climbs over Naruto.
There you are, little. Oh no!
Like rubs up against you.
That's the bed sinks under the weight.
If he's a cat, he's going to put all of his weight on your chest immediately.
Uh-huh.
Put on my legs, not my chest. Actually, it's kind of,
Fortunately, the cast is pretty strong and it like absorbs all the weight. But you know that if it wasn't for that cast, he would be pushing all of his weight right on your chest.
oh, I can barely feel it. Actually, that's a pretty good. Where are we? This is a really nice hospital.
Lady Nibutani was nice enough to let us come here.
Oh, this is the Nobutani Infirmary.
Yep.
Is she here right now?
Yeah, she's in the doorway with Anayuki.
In lieu of bowing, he just kind of bows his head gently. You have my gratitude, lady.
Well, it was the least I could do after your bravery in attempting to save my citizens.
He blushes at being called brave. Anyone would have done it. Any decent man or woman would have done it.
No, many would not. And many did not.
I suppose many have a stronger survival instinct than I do, don't they? ah.
Don't laugh so hard, you'll crack another rib.
Another one.
It's true. Would advise against any sharp movements for at least a week.
Understood.
I'm going to hand wave this, and I'm going to assume that at some point you guys all had introduced yourselves to Nibutani and everybody else.
Yeah.
Just for the sake of kind of expediting some stuff.
We're going to keep doing it every time.
Right. Nibutani will mention, Alistair, I believe we had some business to attend to.
Oh, right. Yep. I still gotta have that. Where could we look at that? And I don't know if it has to be private, but obviously shouldn't be in here.
We can use my war room.
That seems appropriate. Well, you'll lead the way. You can do it now if you'd like.
Yeah. She will go with you to take a look at the pawn. Anybody else?
Staying, feel better. I'm sorry I drew a penis. I covered it up.
It's all right. I hear this is a rite of passage.
Certainly.
Genitals foisted upon me.
You don't have to say it that way.
I think it's for the best that you do.
I'm just going to sit here and bask in the warmth. He's much more relaxed with Talon around.
Yeah, Talon stays with you. And we'll thank Nibutani for allowing them to come and visit for her assistance. And then Nibutani and Alistair will head out to the war room. If anybody else wants to go and investigate the pawn with them, you're welcome to.
I would love to if it's not private.
Yeah,
that's fine. Just fill me in when you can. Door closes.
Yeah, I'll go.
Just for the sake of everything, I think I'm just going to say that Alistair will take notes on everything that Stain misses so that he doesn't have to ask later.
Yeah, you guys can fill him in easily on everything.
Yeah, that works.
But yeah, as you guys get down, you're taken down to a nice room with a long table set out with a map kind of like built in of the regions of Tairiku specifically. And you guys are able to lay out the remnants of this construct. A couple of other individuals come, some of Nibutani's court come and begin to investigate this thing. And kind of very bluntly and forwardly asks, do any of you know what this thing is or where it came from.
I believe it is they call it a pawn. It's from Merve, the Red Queen's army. I have no clue what it's doing here, but I've never seen one up this close and personal.
I do we may have an idea what it's doing here. Do we want to share that?
I guess we probably should.
I only bring it up because if we don't, and it's revealed later that we knew, it could look bad.
That's, yeah, okay, yep.
We found evidence of these things working with the cult below the pit in a secret chamber that they had excavated. Contained some sort of a conjuration sigil, or a ritual chamber of sorts. We don't know if these things are an important part of that process, but they were at least participating in it. So it's reasonable to think that the queen might be tied up in the cult somehow.
Right.
Interesting. And what do you know of this cult? Do you know their motives or intentions?
Now I'd like to... Is Kwaku here with us?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
How much do you want it?
Oh, you don't want me to speak right now?
Okay. Understood.
This is in our province, my lady. It's not our duty to know the goings-on of cults within it.
Then yeah, I kind of defer.
Halster glance at Nara a little bit.
Oh, what?
Huh? Okay, does she know about, Nubutani knows about, Nico. She's seen him, never mind. They seem to be after Nico, our friend's dragon. We also saw a large skeletal dragon flying away from merchants that had been raided by this cult, so not entirely sure their connection, but doesn't seem great. Or their motives. Well, actually, in the pit we found a site we used that may be used for resurrecting said dragon.
Sorry, I think we also think that they were after a certain artifact or something that was present at the auction.
Yes, I had some people speak with Toshikuni. Apparently they had some things go missing. Waiting to hear back from him on the exact inventory. Sure, I'll hear from him by the afternoon. I will send some of my people to the pit to investigate this site that you found. While I'd been observing you, the feed became jumbled.
Yeah, that was us trying not to endanger too many people with knowledge they didn't need. We're worried the cult might come after anyone who knows about the site, because it's kind of hidden.
By the way, are you aware of how Toshikuni treats visiting nobles, guests of yours from other provinces? Unbelievable, actually.
Oh, cool.
Are you a guest of mine? I was not informed of your visit. You should have sent a bird. If I had known, I would have set up proper accommodations for you, but unfortunately, I was only informed rather recently.
It is your province. I think all visiting nobles are guests of yours. Is that not the case? Am I not welcome?
Unfortunately, not all. We are at war. But fortunately, I have no issue with the Hair province.
That's right. Shouldn't matter that we're at war. We have a common enemy.
And who was that?
A sec. Give me a sec. Crap, I don't remember his name. The boar guy. The boar.
Ichiro Matsukura.
That's the one.
Interesting. He's the one who killed your grandfather, as I recall.
Hang on, is that something I'm supposed to know? That's news to me.
Yeah.
Is that news to Kaku?
No, that's true. It was
I already knew that.
It was very early on in the war. It was one of the kind of inciting battles between the Hair and Boar province was...
No. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I got brain screwed a little bit. I thought
that... No, you're good.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's correct. Yes, true.
Well, that brutish man does pose some level of a threat to me, should he make his way this far. But
I don't think there's any reason to believe that he won't eventually. I think there is reason to believe he may be working with demons.
Is that so?
It's nothing I can prove at the moment. It was dishonorable for me to even mention it.
I don't mind listening to a little gossip once in a while, especially from foreign travelers.
I'll say this. He appears to have unlikely allies in, at least, if not only in my clan, but perhaps even in yours.
Is that so? Give me a deception check.
This is absolute truth.
Like which who do you think is working with them?
Let me whisper you.
Okay. Understood. Very reasonable. Oh. That is quite the accusation. I had been under the impression that the Hair clan was at odds with the Boar clan.
You didn't get that impression when they captured most of our territory?
Yes, that is the impression that I had. So to think that there were people within the Hair province that were working with them is rather shocking.
You're not wrong, but there are people in the Hair clan who have, I believe, benefited from their arrangements, but that remains to be seen.
I must say, I am very curious about your cousin. A miracle child.
What do you roll to give someone a very subtle look?
Performance?
A subtle, I know what
Deception.
you're talking about look.
That's got to be deception.
Yeah, I would say, like, if you're trying to... Yeah, I would say deception or... Yeah, even, like, performance might actually be appropriate here.
Any persuasion?
It depends if you're trying to avoid other people knowing.
That's true. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, she catches your look. Well, perhaps we can speak further on this matter. Until then, I think the matter at hand is this thing, and she kind of prods the pawn, which jiggles, and you get this clinking of metal as it moves.
They are kind of fun to poke, but
I am very curious why Maravean soldiers would find their way all the way down to the south in my territory.
it's a little weird.
Seems Ichiro is not doing his job. And as she's kind of talking with you guys, the other people from her court are kind of casting some identifies and doing some cursory magic and examining this thing. If any of you guys want to also participate in that, you can tell me how you want to investigate this thing, I guess. Or I guess more specifically, if there's anything any information you're trying to find out about it.
I'll offer myself to be useful, especially if they do like magical investigations, but there's not anything specific that I'm looking for here.
I'm curious what gives it power and if it's like weak to anything, or it's resistant to fire, I'm assuming. But I don't remember if we used any elements on it during the fight.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Don't believe you did. Yeah, you can give me a Arcana check to figure out the the power source, to try and investigate the runes and figure out how it's being powered.
Yeah, he said Arcana.
Yep. The runes on it are very complicated. They are not the exact source of its power. It seems a little hard to identify for you, unfortunately.
Okay.
It seems to be powered like a lot of magical items and constructs, though. It's essentially, there are some runes and glyphs that have been inscribed along it that are essentially gradually kind of siphon in mana over a short period of time, and then it uses that mana to power itself. The exact methodology of it is a bit more foreign to you, and you can't quite figure it out.
Okay.
How about like weaknesses, resistance?
As for weaknesses and resistances, for that, if you want to cast an Identify, that would probably give you some more information.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, so this is very within Alistair's realm of expertise. you find that it's a construct, so it has its typical immunities, poison and psychic damage. It's completely immune to.
Okay.
It doesn't have any other resistances, though. It seems plenty effective, fully affected by fire and acid and cold and all that.
Cool. And it's made of metal?
It seems to be largely made of metal, some kind of like a thin metal. Essentially the same material that kind of plate armor would be made out of. It's just been kind of like crafted into smaller and narrower pieces instead of like a full suit of plate armor. It has a handful of condition immunities that are kind of like your typical things for constructs. It's immune to being charmed, exhausted, frightened, paralyzed, petrified, poisoned. You also find that it is susceptible to anti-magic.
Oh.
So if there's a way, if you have a way to dispel magic on it or anything like that, it can kind of, it doesn't destroy it or anything, but it'll temporarily render it inactive.
That's big. Okay.
Yeah, that is big.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
It's something that needs a constant source of mana, and the second that source is kind of interrupted, it kind of like shuts down and it needs a minute to kind of like recharge and kick back in.
Okay.
Or like restarting a computer or something.
Just gonna hit Control Delete twice, and now you're restarting. Haha.
Yeah. It can resist that effect, but it's difficult. And the only other thing you get from it is that it's not particularly fast, and even though you couldn't figure it out from the glyphs, just doing a kind of passive investigation of it, you find that with a combination of your identify and kind of examining the runes, one of the kind of like restrictions that it is stuck to, it is bound to cardinal directions to some degree. And that seems to be a product of how it's kind of like drawing in its mana source.
Weird.
Yeah, you can't quite get anything more specific than that, but you do know that this thing is like weirdly restricted to moving north, south, east, and west only.
Huh. I'll share all these discoveries as I discover them.
Oh, the other thing that you note is that these things are made to be disposable. They don't get any effects, like they can't rest, so they get no effects from resting. They have to either be physically repaired or they just kind of get destroyed and thrown out.
Like a pawn.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any way I can confirm the origin is Merveille? I don't know how I would even do that.
You can't quite get that, but you feel fairly confident. Like you've seen these things roaming around in the streets in Merveille.
Okay.
I mean, I guess that doesn't prove that it couldn't be from elsewhere. Like you don't know if there could be pawns elsewhere, but it is something that, as far as you are aware, is fairly specific to the Red Queen and her armies.
Got it. But that's about all I can get out of it, I think. That does us some good if we fight any more. I'm not sure that really...
I am going to just throw its stat block minus the specific stats. into lore, because why not? You guys are investigating this, and it's a construct and used to identify it. Like, you basically get all this.
Ew.
It's functionally everything that I already told you, but if you want specifics, it is there.
Could I potentially use mending on it? And like, if I have a feeling if I fix it, will it still like try to do its orders from before it was killed, or?
Yes.
Okay. Then I will not do that.
Yeah, you aren't sure where its like control switch is really, or who activates it or how. So you get the impression that if you turn this thing back on, it's gonna go back into attack mode.
Yeah, I won't be doing that then.
As you guys are discussing this, a couple of people, there's a knock at the door, and some people come in. They have a list of, just like an inventory list that they hand to Nibutani, and she begins to look it over. And they also have several bags, which they begin to dump out on top of the table. You see a bunch of the masks that the cultists had worn, several weapons, clothes, that sort of thing. Just various things that were essentially like taken from their bodies.
Excellent.
At least the ones that were not devoured. And it's all like, I say standard, but not a ton of it strikes you as particularly interesting initially, until at one point a vial of fluid gets dumped out as well.
Excellent.
Fluid.
Do we recognize it as like the weird transformation blood stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. They didn't have any other like magical equipment or anything?
Nothing that was found. Nibutani, after going through the list, will say, Toshikuni has gone through the inventory, and apparently the only things that were taken were some ingredients and a handful of gold trinkets, a handful of jewelry that had originally belonged in Ararasi's hoard.
Interesting. Sorry, writing down that we found this file thing. None of that jewelry, was any of it religious in arcana or arcane, occult? Any of it have any sort of like magical significance? Or when you mentioned it was in the hoard, was it a personal item or just treasure?
As best as Toshikuni could tell, it was all been fairly mundane. It's one of the reasons it hadn't been up for auction. He intended to just pawn it himself. Its only real value was that it was gold. It had no direct ties, as far as we could tell. I trust his examination team. They had done a thorough search, even if his appraisers aren't always the most accurate.
Well, that doesn't give us a terrible ton of leads. The things that they bid on, I'm trying to remember, they took the waistband, but not the wrist thing? Or what did they...
No, none of the people that actually bought stuff had put on masks.
Okay, none of them were cultists. Okay, cool. Gotcha.
Apparently there had been some more cultists on the second floor who were mostly dispatched by the guards, who had essentially like snuck in disguised as staff and had grabbed stuff. And then in the chaos, it made a break for it.
That makes sense. Oh, speaking of things, what of the dragon egg? Where's that?
It was the pawn.
Yeah, well, that was replaced with the pawn, but...
Right, that was the other thing that was missing.
Okay, so they got out of there with the dragon egg, presumably. Yeah. The real one.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that could be a problem. How did they know? I mean, I guess there's plenty of ways they could have known about Nico, but it is convenient for them that Nico was there. I don't think they were tracking him. I think it was just kind of, they showed up and we showed up. They may have seen him at the pit a few hours earlier, but that's about as far back as they could have known.
You do know that that bone dragon did fly right over you guys.
True.
True.
Nico wasn't disguised back then.
That is true. Well, that could spell trouble. That means that we might have people on our tail for a while.
Oof, that's not great for the civilians traveling with us.
It isn't, especially if we're not going to be here for a long time. That means... and he decides not to continue that sentence, but the implication that Nibatani and her people are in danger is pretty obvious.
Well, only a fool would attack this fortress. I can assure you of your safety and the safety of my own staff and people. That being said, I can't ensure your safety should you leave.
Understood.
But at least for the time being, I can provide you some sanctuary.
We will try not to take advantage of it for too long, but we appreciate it. You've been very hospitable. Jupiter doesn't look to cock for that one. Well, if it is all the same, and if our work here is done, I think I'm going to wander the town for a little bit, cautiously. If we're going to be here for a while, there are things that I'd like to get done.
Understood. Would you like an escort?
Oh boy,
I can go.
That'll work. Thank you.
Yeah, safety in numbers, and you don't want to ask for anything more from you. You've done quite enough.
Of course.
I'll tag along too if it's all the same.
Sure.
Kohaku, you can give me an insight check.
I feel like I know what's going to happen, or what you're going to give me anyway, but here we go.
Okay, I'm going to whisper your thing.
Yeah.
We're being tailed. There's no way we're not being tailed.
Kohaku looks very unhappy.
I mean, if you're already going to guess that. Yeah, she wasn't offering to necessarily protect you guys. You get the sense that it was an easy way to tell you to make sure that nothing fishy was going on.
No, that's fine. They can watch if they want.
Yeah. As yeah, the three of you are able to slip away. There is a moment, Sheesh, where you do feel a Petty Saw kind of like crawl up out of your jacket and kind of look around a little, kind of survey the scene, and then scurries back into your jacket.
Like before we leave the palace?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess once we're out of the palace, or at least, yeah, I'll wait until we're out of the palace. I'll kind of tap him and use my my critter friend stuff. See if I can communicate with him, or at least get a feeling like what that was about.
You get this like shudder. He almost feels like he seems anxious, or spooked isn't quite the right word, but just aware, like he's kind of like heightened senses. It's just
Okay.
Kohaku and Nara, are you guys staying around the palace?
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, no.
Okay, so all five of you are going?
Yep.
Okay.
And I'll make sure to like tell Stain that we're going out for a little bit, but we'll be back and ask if he wants anything.
He's just meditating. Hello.
Oh yeah, we're back to Stein
Don't-
now.
Yeah. Don't worry about me.
Understood. It sounds like Talon's going to be with you anyway.
Yeah, keep an eye on him.
Unless you want to come get some ink.
That is tempting, but I'll hang out and just make sure he's okay.
Ink would you get, Talon? Says curiously.
Oh, you mean like a tattoo?
Yeah.
I don't think I could get tattoo.
Yeah, but if you could.
Yeah, I'd have to think about it. Maybe like a phoenix or something.
That's pretty cool. I've always pictured like a giant tiger on your back or something.
That could be cool.
I want to get a muffin.
As a tattoo, or you just want to eat a muffin?
A muffin tattoo.
A muffin tattoo? Where is the muffin tattoo going?
I don't know. Where do you normally put tattoos?
Well, we do tattoos differently. You guys typically just put them wherever it looks cool. We do it to tell stories about things that we've done. Have you had any interesting stories with muffins?
I once made everyone a bunch of muffins, and they liked it.
Well, then perhaps you would put several small muffins on the inside of your wrist to show that it was a thing you made.
Like a basket.
The wrists are for things that you have done and made. The ankles and lower legs are for things that you have defeated. back or for...
Can they be carrot muffins?
Sure, certainly, if you want.
Sugar is expensive.
Anyway, we'll be back later tonight.
Okay, where are you going?
I'm gonna see if I can find anybody good with ink around here. I'm sure they have somebody. I might...
Kairuku is very good with tattoos, though I believe it hurts more. They use lots of sticks.
I might also see if there's any work available. If I'm gonna be here for a while, I would at least I would like to, I don't know, make some money or something. I don't know. I'll get anxious if I just sit here.
Right. I'd offer to learn how to do tattoos, but I'm kind of bedridden at the moment.
I was tremendously impressed with how quickly you learned to sail. I must admit, I think I would rather find somebody who'd been doing that their whole lives. Not that I don't trust
that's
you.
No, that's fair. I could do a practice run.
Certainly. Maybe on someone
Not
else.
On you.
Yeah.
Perhaps in the corpse or something.
Corpses and pigs. Popular choices, yeah.
Maybe I'll start on muffins.
Alright. Jupe will start heading out. With the gang.
Just thumbs up.
Right. Guys start to head out. You guys all have crazy perception. Most of you take notice that you guys are being followed.
Yeah, that's fine. I imagine...
They're keeping a distance. They aren't, like, menacing you or anything,
Sure.
but they're keeping an eye.
Jupiter doesn't try to be coy about it either. Like, there's points where he will literally just, like, look over and nod, like, hey, we're going around this corner. You know, keep up, guys.
At that point, they get a little sheepish and they just kind of, like, start following you. They keep their distance, but they don't even try to hide that they're following you at that point.
You guys like it working for her?
Yeah, Lady Niputani is a talent, a prodigy.
Talent and a prodigy. What's she good at? I mean, other than the magic, I saw some of that.
She was great with a sword.
Immediately assassinated the streets.
She is very cunning. She's changed this province for the better, I think. Opened up a lot of businesses and trade and has made great strides for people.
Just kind of like doing small talk at them for a little while. Are they doing their jobs, or do these people like actually love and support their leader? Like, can I get a vibe for how much they actually like really stand behind her?
Oh man. Yeah, you can give me an insight check for that.
I want to do one too, but I'm not good at insight.
Hey, you can give it a shot.
Sure.
You guys make small talk for a while, and as you do, Jupe, you start lacing in some questions that kind of help get you a better sense of their actual opinions. They seem to be very genuinely supportive. You get this, like, there is an undertone that you notice and is slightly weirder to you as an Iron Sandic born person, that there is this, like, she's great. It's a kind of a shame she's a woman, though.
Yeah, okay.
And it's yeah, like, there's unfortunately Camelot and Tyriku have kind of like a monarchy empire system that really favors male leaders. And it's very weird for a female leader to not only be as successful, but also as kind of beloved as she seems to be.
Sure.
you get the sense that she's made a lot of, or she's had to do a lot and put in a lot of effort, but it has kind of worked out in her favor.
Absolutely. Okay, yeah. Cool, I'm into it. I continue making small talk. I ask if they want to get tattoos with us.
No, we certainly couldn't.
I'm just fucking with you. It's fine. But yeah, I'll look around and see if I can find a decent artist.
Yeah, it's. Oh, give me an investigation check, or some kind of socializing check to try and see if you can meet up with somebody.
Sure. I don't have anything that's a whole lot better. I guess, like, if I can use a charisma check, I could make an angle for persuasion. Just to ask around. Actually,
just
especially with the
asking
background
around.
feature. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh yeah, what's your background?
It's fucking weird. It basically just means that I'm good at telling stories and making people like me.
Right.
It's
Yeah, I remember
extremely nebulous. But what I assume that means is I find somebody who's got cool tattoos and I ask where they got them.
Right. You find that this far away from the coast, it's extremely hard to find anybody.
Right.
And you essentially, you're able to find somebody that'll do it, but they're probably not the best. And it's like, they don't even have a shop. It's just like a dude that's like, I technically know how, and is willing to do it for like a gold piece or whatever for the ink. And
oh boy, does he have any examples of his work? Is this
You
a
might
huge
want
mistake?
to come back to me.
I was gonna say, I hate that I'm considering having Stain do it now.
yeah, it's unfortunately you're getting into that territory where the tattooing culture is very different.
Right.
And yeah, it's just slim pickings, unfortunately.
That is fair.
Does the Yakuza exist yet?
I was gonna, yeah, that's a great angle. I have thieves can't. Is there a criminal aspect to getting tattoos?
Right here.
I'm saying it out loud to
Well,
his
I'm
face.
not, Mr. Kohaku, I'm not planning on doing any crime, but if the criminals are good at tattoos, I will absolutely go get a tattoo from a criminal. If you can't be
Mr.
part
Jupiter, I am trained in painting and calligraphy.
of it, are you trained in tattoos? I would love to have you help with the design, but do you know how to use a needle?
If someone else knows how to use a needle, I'll paint the design and they'll trace over it.
I look to this guy, this above board guy that we found. Does he seem like he at least knows how to use a needle? Could he trace?
I'm sorry. I didn't say he was above board.
Okay, we're already diving into criminal underbelly.
Right, like this is probably like, yeah, he's just like some dude who probably, yeah, does work for, wouldn't be the Yakuza, but it would be like some criminal organization or some seedy underbelly person. Doesn't really advertise any of that. But he's like, yeah, I know how to do it, and I can do it to you for a gold, but he doesn't have like huge examples of his work just
Sure.
because there aren't a ton of people with tattoos out here.
You know what? I actually like this outcome. I think that after like a day of searching to basically no avail and realizing that there's like the culture is totally different here and these people are totally different and I think at the end of the day Jupiter realizes that he's going to go home with still no tattoos on his body and he will just have to keep stockpiling until eventually he can get them all.
Yeah.
Sorry to waste all of your time, but I don't know about this. Kohaku, I would love to see your designs. I just don't know if I want to risk it. I'm already...
Maybe you can just have them practice painting on you for now.
Yeah, you can paint on me if you want. I don't care.
You have some fur. It can be dyed. It's temporary, but it could hold you over.
Well, I understand, and we can do it if you want, but the whole point is that it's supposed to be permanent. Eventually.
Whenever you get back to Stein, he's like, it'll take me 3 weeks, but I can learn.
Dre, is a tattoo gun considered a tool?
Technically, if they existed.
Yeah, I don't think
Okay,
they're
damn.
along that far yet.
I mean, it
So
would
I
be-
can't use right tool for the job to make the tool, and then
you
tool
could-
expertise to just know how to use it, be expert with it. Is that?
I mean, you could technically use it to make the tattooing tools, which is basically a needle and a
Needles.
hammer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you would know technically how to use it. That doesn't mean you're necessarily good at tattooing.
Right.
Or the technical application for it, and you could tattoo somebody, but there's a certain artistry that I think would transfer over. That being said, if Kohaku did the design and then you were just tracing, I would say that would be viable.
Ooh, viable. That's a fun word for something that's on your body forever.
Yeah.
So like at first that's kind of where Jupiter is at too, is like this is permanent. But as this conversation goes on, and as Alistair mentions it, and as Kohaku's talking about chipping in, and as Stein is talking about chipping in, there's like, I don't know, there's a certain bit of, I don't know if warmth is even the right word for it, so much as just like a fuzzy complacency, like a satisfied complacency with like, you know what, if this is the best I got, sure, let's do it.
Yeah, like it weirdly makes it a little bit more intimate.
It kind of does. And I think that he's like, okay, well, let's not do it tonight because that's crazy. But if you guys spend the first week or so here learning how to do this, then maybe at the end of the week we can try it.
Listen, I'd lose my mind otherwise.
I think, all right. Then I'll do my best to help.
Now, what does anyone do on their back for 3 weeks? Don't answer that. You're making a face.
I need to make a roll.
All right.
I have Tyrekian lore and nobility, and I need to know what Nubutani's reputation for rudeness is. Is she rude to everybody or just me?
She is.
She's been nice to
She
me.
seems like she has to be a little different and feisty to make it in like a patriarchal hierarchy, right?
Right, like that's kind of part of it, is that this is a big kind of patriarchal society. Not like entirely, but it like heavily favors men.
If wandering nobles come into the province and she treats them all like she treated me, she would absolutely have a reputation.
Yeah, it's less. Her reputation isn't necessarily of like she's just rude and mean, but she has this like she's someone who is extremely coy isn't quite the right word, but she is kind of fierce and makes her stance very clear. Like she doesn't bow to other. She doesn't bow to other people or make huge accommodations without having other people kind of bend a little bit first.
Yeah. The word is boss ass bitch.
Right. Kind of, yeah.
She's a boss ass bitch. And we're here for that. Boss? Yes, queen.
I will say, and part of this is also just a because I think it's a funny juxtaposition. You don't necessarily, in your interactions with her, you don't necessarily get the sense that her kind of playful rudeness is necessarily her looking down on you or necessarily mistreating you, but a sense of her kind of like trying to gauge you as a person. And you also get this sense of she's a fox and you're a rabbit.
Oh, true.
And
she wants to eat you.
There is this like almost playful kind of predatory thing that she's got going on with you.
It's sexual.
We're going full B-stars now. It's about to get horny.
About to. It's been horny.
That's true. This has been a little bit of a horny campaign.
She wasn't. To be clear, she wasn't actually rude to Kohaku.
Right, but
she was. Yeah, but she
has this like playful. She's being like coy.
She plays the game.
Yeah, she's like pushing buttons that she knows will get a rise out of you, and
It's because my clan is powerless now. That's why she's not scared of me.
This is something he says out loud.
Probably. He's probably had a few since we left the palace.
I think
Quietly fuming and muttering to himself.
She's saying it to Teru.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what
Tara's
it is. She knows,
hanging
she knows
out with
about my
Stein.
cousins, so she knows there's no point in pleasing me anymore. That's why. She thinks I'm worthless now. I have no authority whatsoever anywhere. That's why.
Do you need to go rub one out, Mr. Kohaku, or something? Like, what's the deal? Are you hitting on her? Are you frustrated by her? What's the deal? You're not answering quickly. This is surprising, actually. I was expecting a quick answer.
It's quite complicated, Jupe.
I understand.
Oh.
What of your regions? Is the Hare region and the Fox region, how close are they?
Very, but not neighbors, but pretty close.
Sure. Politically aligned.
In any case, the Fox Station is very controls a lot of the trade, international trade, right? Which they get a lot of their wealth from my clan. My clan gets a lot of our wealth from their clan. So
That
I
makes
don't.
sense.
So the only reason, why?
So a relationship would be advantageous.
Yeah. The one issue is that so the Hare and Fox clans actually had a really good relationship prior to the war, and that has kind of stopped because trade between them has kind of been halted just as a result of having other territories between them that they can't pass through easily. That has improved slightly because the Hare and Insect clans are aligned, and then Frog territory is neutral. But still, like, crossing the mountains during war times and stuff is still tough. But essentially, the Hare clan still has a very thriving like dye market. They have a lot of like flowers and other resources that make really vibrant dyes, and they were essentially shipping them through the Fox province to the Iron Sand Islands for tattooing ink. And that became like their big trade relationship there. But that's been kind of like semi stagnated as a result of the war.
Yeah. It's hard to explain why what she did was quite rude. She implied that I was not a guest in her province, which either implies that I am her enemy or I am not nobility, or that she doesn't recognize my name.
I think it's more that you're an uninvited guest / didn't make plans ahead of time. You kind of just showed up at our house.
It doesn't matter. That's rude of me. It's not her place to be rude in return.
Right. I am still learning the culture, but I think I kind of get where Kohaku is coming from. I think it seems like the expectation, or at least it would be in the Hare clan, is that if somebody shows up, you treat them like royalty until you have a reason not to. If they are royalty, anyway. But I don't understand any of this. You guys do everything weird here.
And then that awful casino manager and the way he treated me. Ooh, that should have been taken much more seriously by her. If she thinks her underlings are treating visiting dignitaries from other clans very, very poorly and does not care, what does that say? That's why I'm confused.
I don't know how you guys do it. I don't know how you guys live your lives claiming responsibility for the actions of people you've never met who apparently represent you. That's insanity. If that's honor, I want nothing to do with honor.
That has nothing to do with honor.
Well, what's the difference then? What's
That's
honor?
face.
That's face, okay.
I think people worry too much about face, but that's just me.
Maybe. But then none of you guys worry about tattoos, and that would be very weird where I come from, so I guess I get it. Anyway, That was a lot of
Jupiter,
wondering. Oh yeah, go ahead.
The nobility in this country do not talk to each other straight and do not tell each other the truth. They are expected. There are things they're expected to say and things they are expected never to say.
See, that's so bizarre because like a month ago you were talking about how you refuse to be duplicitous, and yet everyone is duplicitous. You just don't call it duplicitousness. This game is a very complicated game, and I respect how well you can play it. I don't think I could.
It's not duplicitous to leave things unsaid.
Is it not?
No.
That's wild. That's a wild take, Mr. Kwaku.
If you glance into your lover's eyes under the candlelight after a long night, and you don't tell them that you love them, but they know anyway, you're not lying to them. They understand. A subtle glance is all that's needed.
Well, at that point, I just say I love you.
What if they have a piece of asparagus in their teeth and you don't tell them? Is it a lie then? Because I would want to be
calculating.
told.
Yes, you should never mention it.
Never mention it, but then they're going to
walk out.
You're not lying to
you're not telling them they don't have anything in their teeth.
But then they're going to walk out not knowing that there's asparagus in their teeth. You've hurt them. Your silence has hurt them. Your duplicitous actions have hurt them.
You don't understand.
I don't. I sure don't. Can we go get a drink? We've been walking for 6 hours and I have nothing to show for it.
I have a severe burn on my hand. Let's drink it away.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was pretty cool, by the way. Nice work.
So we've got a couple of reasons to stop at an apothecary then.
Absolutely.
And maybe a bakery while we're out.
Oh, bakery sounds great.
Ooh, bakery.
You guys can stop by Dr. Beppis if you want some apothecary ingredients.
Yeah, it might not be a bad idea just to, like, pick up a couple potions. And some burn salve. And can we find a bakery, too?
Yes, you can.
Can I pick up those ingredients for the stuff I wanted to do, Drake?
Ooh.
Possibly.
You're gonna have to remind me which.
I'll get it in a second.
I remember you mentioning something, and I can't remember what the ingredients were, but I'm almost certain you can.
Cool.
So anyway, I'm going to need one on my ankle of that monster that we just fought, preferably with a bunch of hooded cultists around it.
Ooh.
I need one under my ribs of the undead dragon. Right over here is probably good.
Okay, I like that.
Let me double check. Where do I want to put this? I need a frog somewhere.
Why a frog?
Because we're going to the frog province. And it's important. So probably somewhere near my throat or my chest, but I need to figure out where I have room. Let me look. Yeah, actually, that would be perfect. Right below that rope between my clavicles, right at the sternum.
Yes, you can find all that stuff, Neo.
Sick, thank you.
I'll say that depending on how much you want of it, it'll probably cost you like, I don't know, 5 silver pieces for a good chunk of crafting material.
Yep, I can. Yeah, that's. Yep.
Yeah, it's almost nothing to you guys currently.
Chump change now, yeah.
Sheesh, is there anything you want to pick up at the bakery?
I want to get some muffins for Stein.
Excellent.
Aw.
Good call, thank you. Glad somebody remembered, because it wasn't going to be me.
I don't know, just some other stuff.
Perfect. You can.
Something that pairs well with wine. She needs coping food.
Okay. They have that.
They make cheesecake yet?
There's probably something similar. Some kind of like equivalent.
Oh, it's old. I was not expecting that.
How old?
Like 4000 BC, like super fucking.
Oh.
Jesus.
Yeah, I did not expect that. I thought that would be much, much newer.
Yeah, I guess you can find cheesecake. I'll say you can find a good amount of muffins and some cheesecake for 5 silver as well.
Easy.
You can also roll me a d6.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you look at the Last Supper, there's cheesecake on the table.
They called it placenta cake.
I don't like
What?
that.
I don't know why.
Ew.
I'm learning.
Oh, that sounds gross.
I hope
Well,
I'm glad they changed it.
Well, I guess they would have had to use placenta instead of eggs or something at some point.
No, eggs existed in 4000 BC. Pretty sure.
Why would they use placenta over eggs?
I don't know.
Well, I don't know if they would have used eggs as a binding agent at that point.
That's fair. That's fair.
But they would use placenta?
Yeah, I don't know.
Ugh.
Placenta was used as
Okay.
a binding agent in cooking,
Yeah,
right?
they might not have known a good way to to separate the whites from the yolk and use the.
Thankfully, we're all very wrong. It's from the same Greek root for flat because it's made of lots of thin layered breads.
Okay.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
Fucking Greeks. There are also you find 5. You find 3 health potions available for 25 gold pieces each.
Okay.
I'd like to apologize to any of our Greek listeners.
Good. I meant the language, not the people.
I think I'll buy one of
We're
those.
using shitty root words that make me think of terrible things.
Listen, there's a reason Latin is dead.
Latin's only barely dead.
I'd like to apologize to any Latino listeners.
No, that's not how that works either.
Very different.
Thin ice biscuit.
What are our accommodations like while we're here? Like, do we have our own bedrooms, or what's that situation?
Yeah, you guys are all given your own rooms. You guys are probably paired like 2 to a room or something, but the rooms are fairly spacious. You all have very lovely mats with blankets, and all the rooms have are like warm and cozy. You guys are given like a meal every morning. It's very nice.
I don't have to cook for 3 weeks. What am I going to do with
I
myself?
was gonna say, that sounds miserable.
I know what I'm doing.
Did you say buy new underwear?
I said, what do you think I'm doing?
Oh, okay.
Well, I guess you could learn some new recipes if you're not cooking.
Yeah,
What would you like to learn?
I don't know. Sheesh is probably not very familiar with a lot of the kind of stuff they serve here. So,
Aren't you Tyrikian?
shrug.
Yeah, I don't know if we've got to the bottom of that yet.
Yeah, I thought you were Mervean because of the way you dress, but it turns out you're Tyrikian?
I think he is not from Tyruku, but has spent a lot of time in Tyruku, possibly against his will.
At least not, yeah.
Yeah.
Not spent a lot of time in eating, like, you know, what noble Tyrekians eat.
Right.
Oh.
That's a different palate wall. I'm sure.
Now you can sample them.
Let's kidnap Stein from the hospital and take him drinking with us.
I don't know if that's safe.
I also don't know if that's a good idea.
Has it been a week?
As much as I
No.
love the idea of speeding this,
In a day.
I don't want to spend any longer here than we have to if we can.
We'll just bring the drinks to him.
Time is of the essence.
Where's Nijo? Is he here?
No, he's moved on.
Nijo's the fox merchant, right?
Where were we supposed to
Yeah.
meet back up with him at?
He
Is
said
that here?
I think he said he might see us at the Frog Province.
Yeah. He might see you in Kohan, and then if not, he might see you in the Frog Province or on the way there.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Just because you guys had to stop and rest a few times, and then there was like a chance that you guys might have met up again based on timelines and stuff, but you guys ended up needing to rest a bunch, and his business didn't take him very long, and he's already moved on. But we're hitting our 5-hour mark, so because this did not
I don't work tomorrow, please. Let's keep going for 3 more hours.
I understand,
Please.
but I do need. I'm going to need some time to prep some stuff, and you're going to want to end because this is a thing that's going to happen because of Stein's condition. You guys are going to get essentially 3 weeks of downtime. In that time, you guys level up.
Ooh.
Yay.
Hooray!
Importantly, over for next session, I kind of want to spend some time and go over how all of you guys kind of level up and what that kind of looks like for a lot of you guys.
Hell yeah.
I want to extend an option to several of you, but Lady Nibutani and Yuki are both willing to help train you guys, as well as have several of their guards work with you if you happen to want to spar or do any sort of training or anything like that. You also have Abby is also very willing to
Abby.
do some sparring with those of you who are able.
That's a good question. What if I'm not able to do any of this?
You're gonna have your own thing going on.
Oh boy!
Which we'll have to figure out. Yeah,
Because you spend 3 weeks doing nothing, your muscles atrophy, you actually
Yeah,
lose.
you
2
level
levels.
down.
yeah, you level down.
I have 2 legs, a tail, and an arm free. Those are gonna get jacked.
That's true.
Just only leg day.
One jacked arm.
One jacked arm and only leg day. I'm gonna be like
Leg day and
Orin.
masturbating. That's
Yeah,
all you
they'd
have
be
to
like-
do.
No, I can't do that. Talen's in the room. Also, it's ungentlemanly.
Oh my god,
Just
can
out in
you
the room all
imagine
the time.
3 weeks? What a nightmare.
Ooh.
What? That's not so hard at all.
Yeah, it is.
Now, with that said, and those options proposed to you, you guys have a week out of game to kind of think about this and figure out what you kind of want to do, if anything, during that time. So hit me up and we'll discuss stuff. I'll have to figure out what happens because this didn't go the way that I was expecting, and figure stuff
I'm
out.
curious what you expected to happen.
I think
Oh,
Nico was supposed
Nico
to be
was-
kidnapped.
Yeah, we were good. Nico almost got out of there, yeah.
That was all so well coordinated between those grunts to almost get away.
Yeah, holy shit.
Like with the fucking tabaxi dashing and the passing off, and like,
Yeah.
they had
I
they had
can-
people in position for that, and we barely fucked them up.
I can specify, or I can peel back the curtain on one of those things. The last guy who ended up dying to the spike growth, he was the one who had the vial, and he was going to
Oh.
use it. And after he did, he was going to get an ability that essentially prevented you guys from dashing.
Oh my
Oh
god.
god.
Yeah, it was.
But he died.
It was a very well coordinated effort. Unfortunately, it didn't work because spike growth is a bitch
Hey,
of a spell.
Spike Growth. Can you
I-
rename yours Tooth Growth? Or Dragon Teeth?
I will also say that I had first like this entire like encounter and this whole like hell day that I accidentally put you guys through because of bad timing on my part. I've had this planned since literally like before session 1.
Holy shit.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
One of the things that I wanted to do after Dash wanted to play the Dragon Ranger, I was like, I'm kidnapping that dragon. That is
You almost got away with it too.
plan
We're for
number
your
1.
meddling kids.
And your stupid T-cat.
Your spikes.
Happy
You
to
spiked.
say.
T-cat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Goldfish was the real MVP in that fight.
truly.
It was funny.
I'm so upset that I forgot
Yeah.
that
You
he had
forgot the rage.
resistance.
Yeah. I was
Um,
going to
oh,
say
no.
something, but I thought that this was a homebrew thing and not a barbarian.
Well,
So I
he
was like,
wasn't
yeah.
he wasn't a barbarian. He was actually it was actually based on a white Abishai.
Okay, that makes sense.
Oh.
But yeah, he was supposed to have resistance, and I totally forgot because I was like, because nothing else in this fight really had a ton of resistances.
That makes sense,
Mhm.
yeah. I was like, do I
Makes
have
sense.
any? I'm so concerned about what happened to Atropus.
Yeah,
What was that? I was like, oh,
knows?
this is it. I'm gonna roll a new character. Oh god.
I had much shit that I'm excited for now.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, when I first came up with the idea for that fight, I had wanted Giuseppe to show up, and I was like, oh, this would be a really cool moment for Sheesh to have to decide between going after Giuseppe or saving his friends.
And you saw I rolled twice for.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Honestly, it could not have worked out more perfect that you actually had to kind of like make this hard choice. I wish you'd gone after Giuseppe though.
Like in a way, I wish I had to, but
That meatball man is still in here somewhere.
this will add a lot more intrigue to it. I do promise that Sheesh will actually explain who the fuck Giuseppe is at least a little bit.
Or anything else about
During
himself. Really.
as part as part of this downtime, I'm sure Sheesh will reveal some stuff, but I'll wait
Yeah.
until we're actually in session to do it in character again.
You guys are
Would you
gonna
like-
get some time to actually decompress finally, because I know it's been a very long day and everybody needs some rest and time to process. So
I remember mana. I know what that is. I've smelled that in my youth.
I will say, Dash, if you want to reveal stuff a little early to tease people, we can.
Oh.
Sure. Yeah, when Neo, or not Neo, when Nara finally feeds the scale to Nico,
Yeah, she does.
he Pokemon evolves.
Oh, fucking sick.
Yes.
Where do you post it? Post it.
It does. I'll throw it up on Roll20 actually.
Ah. It's like giving him a Thunderstone or a Firestone or whatever. Except it scales.
I pressed B.
No, you're gonna stay a Pikachu forever.
You can't end item uses. If you use an item, you're stuck watching the
Oh.
evolution and can't cancel it.
True.
You can't change your mind.
Oh, his baby's so small. Oh, there you go.
He's so cute.
Oh.
He got wings.
Oh my god. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
As I furiously go through all the different channels this could possibly be in.
It's on roll.
It's on
Roll
roll
20.
20.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, it's got a big old horn.
It's token now.
I love it.
He got bigger.
Those colors are so cool.
He's great.
Look at how he was before and after.
What do you think his third evolution is going to be?
Greymon did evolve too. He's got to have metal.
Oh
bits
yeah,
and
the final
and a
evolution of
rocket arm.
yeah, he's gonna go bipedal. He's gonna have a biker jacket and Jinko jeans
Yeah, his
Overly
mega form.
specialized.
His mega form's just a hot dude.
and a gun.
This final form is Ditto.
God.
Digimon evolutions are Charmander, Charizard in pants, Professor Oak in BDSM gear, Ditto.
Sometimes they also
Well,
just put
Ditto's
on a
usually
witch
the
hat.
baby form.
And then you can shrink back down and change into something else because Digimon are weird.
They just let you do that. Why not? You're Data. You can change Data.
It's true.
But yeah, over the next couple weeks, Nico gets fed a scale and becomes a big boy.
How big?
I knew
Big-
it.
But yeah, that's why I put off leveling you guys up so long, because I needed Nico to be small so he was kidnappable.
Makes sense.
Ah.
It's also why we're leveling up twice, right?
No, I did consider it though.
Don't speed up the game. Don't do that.
But yeah, I want to make sure that we get to see everything, and if we get to level 20, I'm going to want to die. So
True. Yeah, we'll
True.
take it slow.
So we're level 7 now?
level 7,
Ooh, I have a choice to make.
which I think is a big level for at least a couple of you, actually.
I was gonna say, I think I get my feet. What do I get?
Level's not great for me. All I get is action surge.
Just action
Yeah.
surge.
Action surge.
Let me tell you, I am actually not excited about action surge. I mean,
Really?
okay, it's fine. It's a great ability, but I am more excited about getting the next level, which is samurai archetype.
Oh hell
That's
yeah!
fair.
That's
Yeah,
a big one.
finally. The big deal.
Honestly, any martial who dips 3 levels of fighter is just leagues better.
Yeah.
Do you need 3 levels? Why not 2?
3 levels will get you a fighter archetype, and a lot of the fighter archetypes are really good, even if you just take the first archetype. Like, just taking Battle Master is, like,
Yeah.
insanely
Battle
good.
Master is insanely good. Echo Knight is insanely good.
Champion is also
Champion's
really
pretty
good.
good. Yep.
It's the boring option, but it's also extremely strong.
Just a dip, you know?
Oh,
Just
I
a
get-
dip.
I get pirate. I'm actual pirate now.
Yay!
Rakish Audacity. Well, unless I
Nice.
decide to do the other one, I'm still on the fence. I suppose I have to decide now, don't I?
You got a
Yeah.
week.
Yeah. I gotta draw these tattoos too, with Kaku's help in character.
Yeah, thank you for playing, you guys. Thank you for indulging my chaotic hell sessions. I'm sorry that I accidentally timed this so badly, and you had to do the pit and this back to back.
Oh no, I love this shit.
That's great.